Howdy. How's it going? Let's see. Okay. Garbage pack. What's up, Samuel? How's it going? I like that emo. What is that emo from? What's up, Nick B? How's it going? Alright, today we're going to be doing Take Two for most of the time, and then later we're going to be watching some of the SVO games. I didn't get to watch all of them, and we'll kind of, you know, do kind of like a after watch party like we did with the Pro League, right? So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I know they updated Take Two for the rerolls for Haven and what was the other class? Forest. So we're gonna be doing that. I wish Take Two didn't cost so much, man. There's Forest. That's such a good sword pool, though. Holy moly. Holy moly. Well, there's the Aether. I wanna do Haven. I wanna do Haven. I just wanna try Haven. The Benison just sucks, but that's pretty good. These both suck. Oh! It'd be maintenance at 9:30? What? Really? That sucks. Alright, well, we will, I guess that's when we're gonna watch, the SVO. Oh, gosh, those are terrible. Let's reroll. Jeez. Bro! Do you think they fixed the rarity thing, or am I just getting screwed on the rerolls? Darkhaven is pretty good. This is pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. Does this draw? No, it just heals. Ugh, it's so bad. Detective Lens is like unusable though. This is the worst draft I've ever seen. Should I even play it out? What's up, Shark Fang? How's it going? There's something in my eye for some reason. Well, they said there's maintenance in an hour, so we're gonna have to. I would have played around that if I knew that. That's funny. I really did not know there was gonna be maintenance. What's up, Dom? How's it going? Congrats on getting second place at the team tournament. This has to have a ward, right? Yeah, no. Sure, it's 2-2 draw. Maybe I should have kept Iron Fist? I don't know. Giga bad. Even with rerolls, still not worth it. I got one legendary, actually, in this deck. Yeah, I think I literally have one legendary, so. I mean, if he has Slave, I just lose no matter what. So, you know, I mean, that's pretty good though. This is the worst draft ever. For the Battle Fest. Well, they said it's in an hour. It's in 1 hour. Jeez. It's at 9:30 for me. Unless that's in a different time zone, but usually it's in my time zone. Is Haven popular after the patch, or is it just coincidence? Well, so, in Take-Two, at least, you get 5 rerolls now on Haven. So, that's why I'm trying it in Take-Two, but it was, not worth it, as you can see. Not worth it at all. I need to play this. I mean, what even is there even in my deck to draw, though? I was gonna say I need to play down the draw card, but it's like, doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. This deck is so bad. I'm never winning this game. I'm not winning a game. Should I just... It really should. It really should, to be honest. Yeah, so it's gonna start in an hour. That sucks. I would have planned it a little better. Well, I guess we'll just watch SVO once maintenance starts then. That's pretty good. Haven, I do wonder if they fix the reroll, like, percentages or something. I'm not doing any sort of, like, challenge in Take-Two or anything. It's already a waste of gold, you know, so... What is it, though? What is that? I still have to play this. Why? He has 8 cards in hand. I'm at... Yeah, it's cooked. It's cooked. 7 wins with the worst classes. Yeah, I don't... Do I even... Okay, yeah, I get some stuff. I don't think I super evolve, because no matter what, it, like, basically dies to John. So... Forest Haven Rune. Well, he got Wilbur and I don't, so... need another amp. Yeah, I'm just. What's my top tech? That was just the worst Take-Two deck I've ever seen. I'm just gonna pick Sword, I guess. That sucks. That sucks. Take-Two is... Take-Two is really rough. Then see, then I get a legendary on Sword. I re-rolled 5 times. I didn't get a single legendary. I got 1 legendary in that entire deck. So, Lorala's better than Arms Peddler, but Way of the Maid is definitely better than Lucrative Deal. But maybe it doesn't matter. Arms Peddler is like so much worse than Lorala. Yeah, I'm just gonna take Lorala. Zork's pretty good, but I don't have a ton of early game. I think I'd rather take Amalia and Bells. I do want Coach One, but I do not want Ancestral Crown. But these 2 cards suck. Yeah, I'll just take the crown. Goliath isn't the worst card in the game. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, 3 drop, 3/3 is fine. Yeah, I need more 2 drops. Oop! Those cards are broken. Ooh. I think I just take Geno and another Amelia. Yeah. Such fun. What's up, JC? I would like for this type of mode to be my main mode, maybe in a couple sets. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was super excited for it. And I was even like, I was downplaying Sword because it was like, well, you're only going to ever get maximum 6 golds and legendaries, you know. But it was like, nope, you can just reroll and get lucky. Like, I had 5 rerolls on that last Haven, 0 legendaries. I got 2 rerolls, and I got 2 extra legendaries. Like, on this, you know. Like, what are we doing? Maybe it's horrible. Yeah, I wish they changed it like how it was in Shadowverse 1, where you just play until you lose. Like, you 5 games, and then whatever your record is after the 5 games, you know? Like, personally, I wouldn't play out 5 games, like, most of the time. But I think for people that care about just playing more, it's like, it seems like an easy thing to do, you know? Wow, that's really good. That's really good. I'd rather pay nothing and get nothing. The Quake Goliath. What's everyone playing right now, though? You know, we're getting close to set 3, so I think we're kind of in this period where it's like, you know, no one really knows like what to, you know, what. Wow, this thing lived. The meta is kind of, you know, solved at this point, so it's like, I think we're getting to the point where people are just playing like fun decks and stuff. Delay. Pretty good. I have the rending. Nice. Oh, I have to evolve. That's right. Wow, this card is awful. I thought I just did that on play. I finally gave up on Aggro Abyss. I ran Rune yesterday and mid-range Abyss today. Nice. Yeah, Aggro Abyss is just kind of a little draw dependent, you know. A little draw dependent. Wasn't playing Sword and Abyss, but just been doing dailies until set 3. Yeah, I haven't even really been doing dailies. It's just, ladder's not, like, the most fun right now. Oh my gosh. I think I just pretty cooked. I have to super evolve a guy. That Glade was so good. Fun decks are the only way I don't lose my mind, yeah. For me, I don't really like playing fun decks because I just hate... Like, losing is not fun in this game, because a lot of times when you lose, especially with a bad deck, there's nothing you, like, learn. It's just, oh, if I was playing the good deck, I would have won, you know? And so it's like... I think I super won this guy. Yeah, I think that's the best. Anything can live, I can Ernesta. Wow. Lucrative deal. Whoa! That was actually a really good draws. That was actually really good draws. We drew into our good cards. Yeah, the Dwarf is really sick. The Dwarf is really sick. I thought mid-range was pretty fun. Sharon's a fun card. The room matchup is not. Yeah, mid-range Abyss is just, again, another just 2 draw dependent deck, you know. You'll get really sick games where you see everything and it's still a hard game, and then you'll get games where it's like, yeah, it still has Super Evo. I think I'd do this just to get his Super Evo out, and then Urius. And then you'll have games where you get nothing and you just never had a chance to win, you know. If only this didn't cost me an arm and a leg to play. I know, I wish it didn't either. I wish it didn't either. I'm kind of doing it for the content. Honestly, kind of glad the maintenance is starting here soon, so we can watch SVO. Ligma. That's annoying. Wait, I still win though, right, with Albert? Well, it depends on what these two... Oh, I guess he's just gonna... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. What's it? What the... That's so fucking good. Yeah, I think it's cooked. Apothecary Diary is nice. Thanks, I appreciate it. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, it's over. That was fun. That glade on curve was so good. This game mode sucks. This game mode is so bad. This game mode is really, really bad. They could have made this so good, too. That's kind of the frustrating thing. Is they could have made this really good. I was very excited for it. Driving well into another Super Evolve. Into another Super Evolve behind running. Yeah. I almost want to keep... I mean, I know he's just gonna have constructed puppets and just go like, what's the puppet guy called? Lovestruck Puppeteer into Lovestruck Puppeteer. Ooh, Artifact Recharge. Yeah, I feel like just don't even. I don't know. Like, do you even need rerolls in the mode? Like, just remove rerolls completely, and just do actual balancing for the game mode. Like, remove some cards and stuff. You know. I think I'll just go 2, 3, 4, then coin Amelia, I guess. And then coin Jenna. Hopefully draw something. I could keep Hound if I draw 3 drop, that would be nice. I have so many 3 drops. We're such a like bad class though. Like Haven, you mean? Yeah, there are a lot of that's the issue. Is a lot of classes just have horrendous cards, you know. I guess we just go Amelia Val's next turn, and then coin Jenna, or Amelia Lucrative Deal. That's good. Playing pretty honest showers until turn 6, yeah. I don't know, SV1 Take 2 was like... I guess because the thing is like, SV1 Take 2, the issue was you could get a good amount of legendaries and stuff. and they didn't do balance changes enough. It also felt really bad when you draw like the worst classes, because you couldn't pick every class, you know. But I'd say overall right now in this game's current state, definitely the old game was better for sure. Do I just coin Urius so that he doesn't like hit me with Orcus or something? He'll definitely have Odin though. But yeah, if we just literally took, I just wish they would have just taken the we can do any class, and then also add the fact that we take away a high rarity round that SV1 had. I think we'd be golden. I think we'd be golden. No, we don't need any reroll stuff. You know, all of that. Like, we don't need all that, you know. But alas. All right, let's see the Odin that he drafted, or the second bullet, sure. Now, do you guys think he has the third bullet, or is it going to be Orcus that kills me? I think I have to do Geno. Yeah, I didn't expect base 2 rerolls either. Yeah, I expected 0. I expected 0. And I think that's what they should have done. Well, double, that scares the crap out of me. I want to keep the Amalia in case he does have, what's it called? Oh, Ernesta's so good. Alright, let me draw him as Orcus. Rakir Evo 2-drop Ernesta's not that bad. Well, no, because I'd rather Evo the Ernesta. There's Orcus. But of course. Am I dead? Does he have any names? I don't think he has any left. You think he has a second one? That'd be fun. Oh yeah, he has 2 bays in hand, yeah. This game is so bad. Oh, God. I'll do one more. This guy just sucks. The Rakier. Another just garbage draft, man. Fan gaming goes crazy. Squall gang. That's 7. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I was like, do I prevo the shield? Comes down, does 9. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. If he has the Glade. He slammed that. Happy Take Wednesday. I think it's just the Hounds. And just keep my Evo points. What the dog doing? He was a hammer. I mean, they always have it. My draft is always dog shit. His draft is always amazing, so. No question. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was thinking, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, I'd have an extra dog, like, I don't know. I'd rather just be up in Evo points. I don't remember if I have an Albert or not. I don't think so. That guy's funny. Hope he doesn't have, like, Mallet Man, which he definitely does. He 100% has the dwarf. Or that. That's pretty good. at least he uses less Evo point, though. I need to draw something. Hopefully he doesn't have another clear in his bag. Yeah. The heal guy's interesting. Yup. 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 Alright, I hope I can deck him out. Top deck something good. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Bug alert. I'm surprised I didn't bounce this again. This doesn't matter. I'm like, which one should I evo? It doesn't matter. I fucking lose. It doesn't matter. Maybe you can just never kill me. No, now he's onto it. He's like, oh, let me not deck out. Take 2 is so fucking bad, dude. This game mode is actually like so surprising how bad it is. It's just so unfun. I mean, he has to have 4, right? The Gildari that doesn't exist? Yeah, I wish Take 2 was fun too. Wasting all my fucking gold. And here's the mirror. And he's gonna have everything. He's gonna be the capital H haver. The humble Saria. I need Gildaria. That doesn't exist in my deck because I already used one. The humble Saria. Yeah, I like that. That's good. The humble Saria. I love that. I love that. You have to 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 love losing the 50-50. You think he has Zerk? Is he a Zerk gamer? If he's a Zerk gamer, I should have even for him, but whatever. Yeah. That's good though. Okay. Alright, we're looking okay. Oh, I really like Grimnir here. Doesn't have Gildari in this. Yeah, he doesn't have Gildari. We had Super Evo the Ninja Master and just keep getting Grimnir effects off. That's so toxic, but That's so toxic. Alright, is there anyone in chat, like, am I being a hater? Is Take-Two actually good? Like, let me know you guys' thoughts about Take-Two, like. Do you guys think it's good? What are we thinking? What are we thinking? I would be flipping my table right now if I was playing against this. This would be so annoying. He got the one Grimnir in the draft and got the ambush, guys. What's up, John Free? Yeah, I wish the Cubs would go. I wish the Cubs would go. They're garbage right now, but yeah. Thanks for dropping by, though. I've never really liked it except for the very, very start where you dropped a vanilla 7-7 on 7 and felt like, yeah. Yeah, I like, honestly, Take-Two would be fun if it was just all vanillas. Or not all vanillas, but all, Oh, why'd I do that? Why'd I do that? I didn't need to do that. I should have went face. Do I go face now? No, I don't think so. I still don't think so. Yeah. I mean, I guess having more of the 4-2s is better than the 1-1. Yeah. Yeah, like all bronze and silvers would be fun. Take-Two too expensive. Yeah, if it was just like 500, that'd be awesome. Take-Two is fine if they remove rerolls from Sword and give more to literally every other class and lower the cost. Yeah, I would have liked to see like one free run. This is lethal, right? No, it's not. On Fort. This guy is so funny. The Night Shadow Ninja Master. The Night Shadow Ninja Master game. Using draft consistency as a balance lever is crazy hard. I know, yeah. Yeah. Wait, it was? Oh, yeah, it was. Yeah. I was trolling. Can you tell I don't want to play this game mode anymore? Can you tell? Yeah, you're right. My brain is... Honestly, the reason why I missed that was because my brain still sometimes thinks that evolving over gives it +2/+2. So I was like, okay, I have 7 and 4, but I only have 3 more damage. That's honestly what I was thinking. Things that don't matter. Yeah, I hate quick play that much, yeah. Losing Go Dragon. I'm not spending a single more gold on this game mode ever again. All the gold, like, if I'll get tickets, I'll play it. Someone donates me $300, I'll play it. But this game mode is so awful. But if I win this, or, you know, this whole, if I go 7 wins, then I'll play it again, I guess, because then I'll have gotten my gold back. But even then, it's still not worth it. This is good, Evo. How many legends is in his hand? He has 5 cards in hand. How many legendaries do you think he has? Oh, that's really good. I think I just do it right. Yeah, because I think I want to ban next turn. Arts ruined my Roach experience. What is Arts? The greed. Do I greed back? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess a lot of people are probably playing Warhaven, yeah. That's true. I do want to try that list at some point. I do want to try that list, because it seems pretty interesting. It seems pretty interesting. This has to be banned, right? Yeah. The squirrels. The squirrels are pretty good in this game up, man. Crashing out on aggro for SVO files, but didn't help for sure, yeah. Gildarier. Gildarier. The squirrels, yeah. I love the squirrels when they're goaded. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good that game. Would they be getting constructed? You just have to answer so many, well, so many more things. They're pretty good in the mirror match. Are they? They're good if you miss Zirconia. I just realized I shouldn't have started this game because the maintenance is the best start. There's my Centaur. Just gotta get him down to 10. Uh-oh. Alert! Sorry. Yeah, they were playable day 1. Yeah, for sure. For sure. A lot of things were playable day 1. Has he agreed? Yep. Greed gets you. Greed gets you killed. I agree with they won. Play squirrel on turn 3 going second. Evo squirrels every time. Yeah. and then you learn about a card called Alouette. It's like, what? Insane. Whoa, the buffed squirrel. I get Prim, that's not bad. Oh, QB. This card's so... Alright, our work here is done. Pretty much. I want a deck with just 30 squirrels. That'd be pretty funny. How good would that be? I remember the last time I ever did a Hearthstone draft. This is gonna date me. This is gonna date me. Or sorry, Arena or whatever. I got Paladin and I got 6 shielded mini-bots. And I was like, holy moly. We're about to have a time. Oh, shoot. Oh, Forest, too. He's going to take forever. Let me get my squirrels. Well, squirrels don't even matter against Glade. Shoot. Go fast, bro. Go fast. My dog. You think for the Omens they will combine both of them into one? No, I don't think so. I think that they will, just make them two Abyss cards. Bowling QB with 4. I'm going second. I have 3 2-drops in hand. I'm sure you're joking. Just pretend they have no glades. Profusion is insane. I'm just gonna pretend they have no glades. Okay. Targeted. I guess it didn't matter. Wait, just please don't make both legendary. We already have... Well, they're definitely going to make They're definitely gonna make Rule 9 and Valderic legendary for sure. For sure. Here we go. Going fast. Going fast. Top deck Centaur. Top deck Centaur. I think we can do it. He's going to be like, what do I do here? 27 legendaries. Let's go. Yeah. Well, I would be shocked if they go in the same deck. Valneric's going to be for aggro, I would imagine. And then Rule 9... We'll see. Centaur, Centaur. Centaur. That's fine. Oh, it's 9:30. What's gonna happen? Nope. Yeah. Match canceled. I don't know what that means. I assume that doesn't mean I lose. We'll see, though. Alright, let me get SVO up here, and we can watch that. Mid-range Abyss will find a way. Life finds a way. Yeah, I assume it's just like nothing happens. Yeah, maybe I'll get a win, yeah. What's the maintenance about? Apparently for the, like, thing they're doing with, choosing a card and playing for it or whatever, you know? Or choosing an alt art for, like, Insight. And what are the other two? Dragon Sign and Puppets. So, yeah, the voting about it. Alrighty. Okay. Make myself smaller. Should I go to the bottom or should I stay at the top? Fish sign to be real? That'd be funny. Alright. So here's the first round. It's Azure Cloud versus... Oh, the R's. Yeah, the guy who ends up winning. So, Azure Cloud, pretty famous player from SV1. He, I believe, qualified for Worlds one of the years. And then a couple other things. But, you know, he's been playing for a while. So, he's playing Forest and Spellboost Rune. And then, Forest looks pretty normal. It has Titania and Ligma, though, which is kind of interesting. None of the Blessed Water Fairy, or whatever her name is, the Water Fairy. And then only 2 of the Draw Spell. And pretty much it, right? Is there anything else missing from the list? Not really. And then spell boost here, we are playing the new like insight variation with only 2 Williams, and we're throwing in the snowman, which is pretty interesting. This list is kind of a combo of like the old list, which didn't run insight, and it was running 3-2 of the 2-drops and 2 Edelweises. So he's still playing 2 of each 2-drop and 1 Edelweiss. So kind of interesting mix there, and still only 2 Williams, but everything else is the exact same. Yeah, good fairy of the pond. Yeah. And then we have Rs21. He's playing 2 really interesting decks. Ward Haven. We're going to be seeing this a lot today, so we'll cover it more when stuff comes up. But he's playing a lot more of the low rarity stuff, low cost stuff than normal. Most Ward Haven decks just play like a set, 3, maybe 4 that they want to get off Aether, but he's playing Bellringer, the Holy Shield Maiden, the Sarissa, the Sharetta, the Grimnir, and the Cleric of something, the 2/4 that on Evolve pops a Super Evolve thing, right? So he's playing a lot more. I do kind of like that. I think that makes your early game better, and that is one of Ward Haven's issues. He's also interestingly playing 2 Divine Thunder and 2 of the Grails, and then the 1 Cocytus. It's going to be really interesting to see if the Cocytus comes up. And yeah, so that is the Ward Haven deck. Definitely the star of the tournament, I would say. The Mid-Range Abyss is very, very similar, or very, like staple Mid-Range Abyss. We're still playing the 2 Rage of Serpents. So some of the other 2-drops are kind of lowered here, with the Orthros only being at 2 and the Mummy only being at 2. But other than that, pretty standard. Only 2 Medusas, and then 1 of that Undead Soldier. Grimnir is another addition. That's actually a card I don't see too much in Mid-Range Abyss, but it is just kind of a good on-curve, like I talked about it for Sword, it's a really good tempo, like proactive play on 3, right? So yeah, pretty interesting lists. I do believe he went undefeated in Swiss, if I remember. I think he was the one that went undefeated in Swiss, so... but yeah, okay, let's get to the games. I'm going to turn the music off. Okay. Okay, let me just make sure we're good here. Okay. So, we see Haven just full mill. That kind of full mill, that makes sense. And then for Rune here, we have the 1-drop, and we have Burgent, which is a really nice 5-drop. But we also have, of course, the other Ann and Greya 5-drop, which is really nice on curve. But it is kind of hard to decide which one to play first. I usually like setting the Burgent up first, just because you get that infinite value every turn. But we see pretty good hand from Rune, right? We have the 1-drop, we drew into the 2-drop, and then we just drew into Norman. So we're looking really nice, but Ward Haven is also looking pretty good with 2 2-drops, Grimnir, and the Salefa John as well. But of course, we have a lot of good cards in our hand, but we don't have a lot of the good cards we need to win the game, right? We have a lot of good responsive cards like the Salefa and the John, but we don't have anything to push our win condition, right? There's the draw spell. Sorry, but is this Conquest or Last Deck Standing? So you have to win with both decks. So you have to, so on, our side, you have to win with Ward Haven and Abyss, basically. So interesting that he chooses to play the draw amulet and then tap it to accelerate its countdown. Sarissa, obviously, you probably don't want to just play raw because he can easily trade into it. Bellringer doesn't really do anything for you on that turn, so I do think that that is the right play. You really, of course, want to see your Aethers and Wilberts. Man, Rune is drawing really well. Just drew into the D-Shift, and their hand is looking really stacked. Grimnir on curve. Really like that. The Cocytus draw, probably not what you want to see in this matchup. I imagine that this matchup, Haven into Rune, is not exactly what he brought the deck to do, right? But of course, you can't just throw a game away, sort of, right? We'll of course see what happens, but I don't think he's too like stressed about really winning this game because his lineup is very much built to deal with Forest and or just Forest, right? Maybe a little bit of Sword too. I think Wardhaven and Abyss can do pretty well into Sword. So he has he drew into a Wilbert, which is really nice, and he's saving that extra play point to be able to coin or extra play point next turn and play out Wilbert. Really strong play, especially if he's able to draw into the Aether to be able to do that as well the next turn. Extra play point and then play the Aether, right? But I think both players' hands are looking pretty good. The unfortunate thing is just cards like Salefa just aren't that good in this matchup. Like you don't really have a lot of 3 attack or 3 health things that you need to deal with against Rune, right? So here I think just debating playing down the Burgent or the Annangrea. Like I said before, I think developing the Burgent is really good. It's just you start getting infinite value, and there's the Aether draw. So now Wardhaven is looking as good as you can. And again, a lot of these Rune decks are cutting William down, which makes Aether really, really strong, right? I assume that was happiness for drawing Aether. Unless he's, like, looking for a specific card. I'm trying to think if there's some, like, crazy card in this matchup that, like, destroys Rune, but I don't think so. Well, there's the William. That's actually really unfortunate for Wardhaven. It was looking pretty good because they weren't really going to have ways to answer this big Aether board. But now we see the Annangrea come down, and it's basically going to be effectively at 4 because the Onion's going to come in and swing. Or not, actually. That's interesting. Usually you suicide that Onion in just to get the spell boost, right? But maybe they value the 1/1, swinging into some stuff, maybe. I could see that, but I do think it's, like, kind of at risk. Well, I always ran through Williams before Wardhaven even, like, was playable, Williams just insane. Williams just like a broken card. You could just go, if you have all 3 Williams in hand, your entire turns 6 through 9, or 6 through, until turn 9, are just 1 card, I always ran through Williams. So here comes Aether, but the thing is, there you go with the Onion getting killed. Because they had the Grimnir set up, I do think, just not swinging with the Onion was just kind of a mistake. Williams should be at 3 right now, 4 if he swings in with the Onion. So he's going to do the Sage-like Teaching. This is going to take out the Sarissa, which is really nice. How many play points does he have left? 3. What is the, like, plan here? Okay, kill the Aether. Swing in there. They just pass. Yeah. I don't think William would have been, like... It would have been at 5, so it would have taken out the Grimnir, right? Or no, it wouldn't have, no. So maybe it didn't really matter. But now William is at... Now it's at 5. It should be, right? Oh, they're checking. Yeah, it's at 5. Okay. So it's effectively at 6 with this Onion swinging in. Foresight, now it's at 7 effectively. Oh, and there's a Snowman. That's interesting. Of course, D-Shift is getting pretty low here, too. But if you do William, I'd imagine the play would be like swinging the Onion into the Wilbert and then playing the William to clear the board. You do get the two 4s, right, that you're going to have to deal with. So probably evoing the William again to clear one of those 2 4s would be a good idea, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, the Super Evo, yeah. There's a third Aether. That's pretty good. This is a tough turn for Wardhaven, I would think. If you Aether, you're not going to get the full value. Of course, the full value doesn't necessarily matter. Just building a board is good too, right? And then you can also just like clear this by swinging the 2/4 in and then super evolving the Aether. So maybe you should have swung the 2/4 in first. Or no, because the Grimnir comes down. Yeah, never mind. The Grimnir. Bro, I can't even remember Grimnir when I'm watching a game. So yeah, Grimnir clears that. That's pretty good. Now, again, we're just putting Haven in a position... Sorry, not Haven. We're putting Rune in a position to just have to clear again. This is why I like these type of decks, these Wardhaven-style decks, where you just keep playing cards out, playing boards out, and just making them have answers. Because a lot of Shadowverse is about making your opponent answer your board, and especially when you have like built-in removal, like the Grimnir effect, like really good cards like the Divine, the 1-drop spell that gives something +1 health and then deals damage equal to the amount of health it has, stuff like that. What do you think about playing William into half an Aether? Like the turn before, or which turn? Or like on this turn? Nice snipe, yeah. This feels like a pretty easy John. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, the turn before. We can go back. Yeah, let's go back and look after this. So, I mean, the game is pretty... How does Rune get out of this? I mean, they have D-shift, so anything is possible, right? There's Kuan. D-shift has to come down. I think the hope from Azure Cloud is that you draw this boosted William and an AoE spell. Did he? That's like... love that. Love things you love to see. Yeah. That was fun. That was Shadowverse Gaming. That was Shadowverse Gaming. Well, I mean, we can see if that doesn't happen, Wardhaven probably wins the game. Now the game's just pretty much over. Actually, that's not true. The Unholy Grail comes down, and you probably just gonna have to raw D-shift. So actually, we still have a chance. I may have said that preemptively. Have you developed 2 of these 3/7s? It's pretty hard to deal with. Norman. Ooh. No, Norman's pretty good there. But this is what Haven can do, is really grind games out. Like this, Do you ever just... Now what do you do here? As Rune. You have Cocytus, you probably are just... Yeah, you probably just control the board a little bit. Hopefully they don't have another Grail, which they don't. But yeah, once Haven gets into this late game board state or whatever, you can see you can see the strength of the class. Because especially if you're playing cards like Darkhaven Grace, you can get a lot of value, like incrementally, Would you just play Cocytus as Rune or as Haven? Because as Rune, I think I'm doing the same play and healing to 10. Just because if I leave something up and by playing Cocytus, oh, well, he doesn't heal. That's interesting. You die to Odin, right? Yeah, I don't think I would have Cocytus because you just lose to Odin, you know. I think you can theoretically grind out the game by you have 2 Normans in hand, you know, stuff like that. I assume you're talking about the turn before. I thought he was running Odin. I thought he was running Odin and yeah, Odin's there. I see it at least on the deck. Yeah, ours was running Odin. We can go back and look though. He's running 2. now is what do you do as Ward? You'd love to play the Aether down. I don't know. We can't see the full, you know, game history, so we don't know if well, in that board state, Odin wouldn't have killed, right? Because if you go make a guy, you're at 6 health and the board's clear because he went Edelweiss. If you just do Cocytus, there's still a guy on the field and Odin kills you. But I do think making the guy was a little greedy, but I don't think it was, like, terrible, you know. I think it was, like, you could see the thinking there. But I think now, with no William, it's looking pretty rough for Rune. This would be a crazy win for Wardhaven if... yeah, hitting a full set here was crazy, yeah. Yeah, but that's kind of what he designed the deck to do, right? We mentioned at the beginning that he's playing 5 or 6, right? Things that Aether can pull, which is way more than normal. So I do think this is sort of the deck working, you know? Or this style of the deck working, right? I think this game, if Haven wins, I actually do not know the results of this game because I did not watch this game. It's looking rough for Rune though, of course. I think this game showed the weaknesses of this style of Rune, right? Where you're being greedy on playing some of the insights and playing some of these other like low numbers of these cards, instead of playing the good cards like William and stuff, just playing those at higher numbers. Because again, if we saw more Williams come down, more Williams in hand, I think this game would have been different. Obviously, he got William, but he drew it too late, both of them. He got extremely lucky hitting the William off the D-shift, the same boosted William that he needed off the D-shift, right? So there's a couple of things I want to look back at. Number one, he is definitely playing Odin. He's playing 2 of them. So I do think the play before was let's look at that one, right? So it was this turn, right? So he goes so he has this board, right? You can't play Cocytus into this board because if he has Odin, you just lose automatically because he has the Sharetta, right? So I do like this play of going Edelweiss and playing Norman and doing something. I do think that maybe playing the guy or getting the guy was a little greedy. I would have personally, this is just me, I probably would have done Norman heal and then play Melvi and then have an extra draw next turn, right? Because I do think the 3-3 versus the 2-2 3-3 ward is also obviously really nice, but there's not a ton of stuff that like at this point with no evil points that I'm worried about. Like you know, if he's gonna get through the ward, he's gonna get through a 2-2 anyway, right? Or vice versa, I mean, right? If he gets through 2-2, he's probably getting through the 3-3 ward with barrier anyway. So I do think that was the right play. And then the other play I wanted to look at was what we talking about playing the William, right? Did I go back too far? Which turn was it where they play, or you wanted to ask if they played William? The Sarissa going to the moon, yeah. Pressure, why'd you name yourself Pressure? I just named myself Pressure from like when I was in history class in school. I just really liked that history and stuff, and I really liked history. So yeah, the first William. So I assume it was this turn. So I assume it was this turn instead of doing Anne and Grea, right? Isn't William only at like 4 right now, though? Or no, it's 5, right? Is it 5? I would say hover over it. So it was at 4, basically? No, it was at 3. Okay, so let's see what... Okay, so what could you do? So you go... So you could go 6-2 into 6-9, let's say, right? So when you swing the onion, you get to 4, basically. So you go 6-2 into 6-9, let's say you go onion into Grimnir, and then you play William. Do you have to Super Evo? Super Evo, and then you're left with a 3-6 Grimnir, I guess. I think this is better because also when doing that play, you have no answer for next turn. Because you will still have the 3-drop AoE, but it's if you have an opportunity to clear with the lower amount of AoE, right? Because obviously William's going to scale more. You're going to get another onion and the spell boost proc, right? So I do think this play was better. It's a little awkward looking though, right? Because he just does 3-drop and he has no other play. But I do think you just kind of have to save the William for the next Aether. So yeah, I think this plays fine. I think this plays fine. High Pressure, been watching you for a few months. First time I catch you live. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks for watching. I appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the stream. We're watching the SVO, of course, because I didn't get to catch it. Once he plays Wilbert, I think the other play suggested was Norman double heel trade into Wilbert. So like, I don't think that's the right play. I definitely don't think that's the right play. No. I think you have to. I think you definitely William now. I think you definitely William now. I think this is the best play. Because then if you do Norman double, if you do Norman double heal, you're not accelerating spell boosts, and you're not even clearing the full board, and you're not even getting like the value of the healing really, because they have 10 damage on board. So no, I don't think that was the right play at all. If you could nerf one card in the entire game at the moment, which card do you think deserves to be nerfed the most? That's a good question. Let me think about this for a second. My honest answer, this might sound funny. My honest answer might be Burgent. I don't think she's the most broken, but I think she lets you play the deck in a way that's not intended. Because you just get, it literally becomes, it goes from a spell boost deck to a full control deck. It's just a full classic control deck. And that is your value engine that you just keep getting over and over and over and over. And there's literally no reason. So I actually think I would say if there's a card I wanted to be nerfed the most, I think it'd be Burgent. Because I think if you nerf any of the other spell boost cards, I think the deck instantly dies. Ironically, I think a spell boost nerf would have to come with a roach nerf and a sword nerf. So that'd be my take. All right, let's go to the next game. So of course, since Wardhaven won, which is really crazy, we get to see Abyss. So he has to win a game with Abyss. So Abyss versus Roach. I can't say I've played this matchup much because I would like mid-range Abyss if it was more consistent, but I really don't like Roach. So I'm not sure how this matchup goes. I know I've heard that it's supposed to be Abyss favored, so we'll see. Burgent, really? We get less vials? Because, yeah, that's true. We do get less vials. Since it's a silver. What do you think about separating Earth and Spellboost altogether? Well, they tried to do that, but they made the cards way too good. Like, that's why I think they should nerf Burgent, because Burgent allows you and enables you to cut out a lot of the necessary spells and just play every good rune card, right? This is kind of a weird comparison, but rune really reminds me, if you guys have played One Piece, of Enel and how Enel evolved over time, where at first it was just, oh, you play all the Sky Island stuff because that's how he was designed to be played with, and then eventually you just kept getting good yellow cards, and he just became a yellow soup card, or yellow soup deck, right? Because he just had such an amazing leader ability, and you just put all the good yellow cards. Like, Rune is becoming, put all the good Rune cards together, because there's a couple cards like Anangrea and Burgent and Norman that tie everything together, and they're so committal that you can just go, oh, well, I'll just put Burgent's, Anangrea's, and Norman's in, and I can put in all the other good cards, because all the other good cards, or those three cards, don't have to be, you don't have to be so bought into that archetype. So like for Norman, Earthright, or for Burgent and Anne and Greya, Spell Boost, you don't have to be so bought into those archetypes to play everything else, because you have those cards that are super self-sufficient and stuff like that, you know. Perma Emblem on a silver do be crazy, yeah. Yeah, I don't think you could nerf Norman, because then, like, Earthright just got hit for no reason. Alright, so, yeah, this looks like a full mulligan from Abyss. I would agree with that. Drawn to some pretty, you know, I mean, we got 2 3-drops, that's 3 3-drops, I mean, that's pretty nice. But the Yuzuki, probably not going to be super helpful unless you get to that turn 9, right? How'd you nerf Burgent? How would you nerf Burgent? I think you make her be able to get 4 onions. So you go, yeah, like 4 turns of countdown on the onions, I would say. Oh, I might need to cease. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. I didn't want to blow everyone's eardrums out. Because for some reason I sneeze really loudly. Is he thinking about playing the ambush from above? Oh, he's thinking about either playing a 2-drop or not. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I feel like this is an easy fairy circle pass, right? Okay, Coin Carbuncle. That's pretty interesting. Getting some early board presence is really nice. Of course, it's a good call because Abyss didn't have any 2-drop. So I do really like being able to set up this early board state for Forest. Of course, Forest just wants to chip in as much damage as possible early on. Because it's going to be less cards they have to play, right? But Vuel is going to come down, kill the Carbuncle. Vuel is such an insane silver as well. I feel like this set was really good silvers, right? We were just talking about Burgeon, and Vuela is really nice as well. So now we are debate. Oh, I got an ad. That was such like a jump scare. That was such a jump scare, to be honest. I was like, what the heck? So double fairy, fairy circle again. Clear the Vuela, push some more damage. Pretty basic stuff. Now, this is a pretty hard turn for Abyss, right? You can set up the Grimnir. You can set up the Amulet. You do have Serb in hand, but we do want to start setting stuff up on board, right? So the Grimnir is going to stop a good amount of damage as well. Another hard turn for Force. Not drawing any of its card draw. I think this deck was the one with only 2 of the card draw spells, right? You just said we have insane silvers, but half an hour ago, you just roasted my boy Rakir. I can't... sometimes I read comments, I'm like, do you jest, or do you mean that seriously, you know? Still no 2-drop. Sharon doesn't res anything, right? Sharon's not going to come down and res anything. So, the Ghostly Swirl effect from Grimnir should stay the whole game. Actually, you're cooking. You're cooking. I actually think they should do that. Or honestly, just have an option for us to just get, like... Just hit, like, you know, pulses or something, you know? Because, like, I would turn that option on. I'd turn the option on to replace my leader with Grimnir. Like, just have it right on my leader. Uh-oh. My headset turned off. Gravy's gonna come down. Oh, does Fenny stay the whole game? I actually didn't know that. Well, there's Bale. That's one piece of the puzzle. For the Roach Exodia, right? But again, it is just sort of like, what do you do here as Roach? These hands are why I don't play Roach. Because it doesn't feel like, I don't know. It's just I'm drawing terribly. Like, what am I supposed to do? You know? It must have overheated phones in playtesting. Yeah. It is true that, like, most of the legendary effects either only last while it's on the field or are like Kitus where it lasts for the rest of the game, but the game's going to end soon, right? I'll never forget that one meme I saw of Kung Fu Panda. I think it was Kung Fu Panda 2, where he throws the firework. And it was like, when I try to run Final Fantasy XIV on my Android. And it was like, yeah, that's pretty funny. Well, there's Godwood's staff, so at least we can start drawing. But man, Forrest is in a rough spot. Interesting to see him swap to Forest off of Rune. I personally think Rune is like pretty good against Abyss. Obviously, especially if you know the archetype. Like Aggro Abyss, yeah, it can be a little rough. But the mid-range Abyss, you just have so much more value. And that is where, in my head, and all of this is just my opinion, of course. I high value rune that we saw a couple weeks ago that people swap back to like the insight stuff. Like the builds that I like play, not as in like, oh, I'm the genius, I'm the, you know, whatever, but I feel like they do a better job into some of these decks because you just have higher value cards, you know, like the 3 Williams, all of that, you know. Here comes Sharon, gonna res the Orthrus, and we get a Fildow, and we're gonna Evo the Fildow to kill the fairy. Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like he drew. I think he was saving rune for game 3 because if you win, it's almost guaranteed. Okay, so I want to discuss that thought process a little bit, because that is sort of like a fallacy. Like, that doesn't matter because you have to win with each deck no matter what. So, like, right now in this situation, ours already won with Ward Haven. And not to, like, call you out or whatever. This is just, this is just an explanation of how the, you know, format works. Or sort of the meta of the format, right? So, and why I don't like 2-deck best of 3 versus 3-deck 1 ban. But so ours already won with Haven. So the 2 games, if there are 2 more games, he can only play Abyss. And Azure Cloud has to win against Abyss with both of those decks. So there's literally no reason, there's no difference between playing Forest first and Rune first at this time, right? Because you have to win with both decks no matter what. So if he plays Rune and beats Rune, he still has to play Forest and beat... Or, sorry, if he plays Rune and beats Abyss, he still has to play Forest and beat Abyss. And same thing if you do vice versa, right? So for me, this is just me, is I like to stick to the deck that I was just playing, just because it's fresh in my head, and I know, you know, I can basically just... It's just like a run back, right? If I do lose. Instead of kind of swapping to... Okay, let me swap to another deck, because you still have to win with both decks no matter what, you know? So there's no real reason to, like, if you win with, if you get it to a game 3, he has to play a second game of Abyss no matter what, and you still have to win with Rune or win with Force at some point, you know? So for me, I just like to go, okay, run it back. I know how, you know, I just played this deck literally seconds ago, let me run it back. Obviously, that's just like a decision, but there's no strategic advantage to saving a deck or whatever, or going, let me do this good matchup first or whatever, because you have to win with both decks. But yeah, 3 cards in hand, and one of them is the heal spell. So, really rough for Azure Cloud. I would say unfortunate, but, like, this is what you get for... Not this is what you get, but this is the downside of playing Roach, and one that I'm, like, not comfortable with playing in, like, a competitive setting. Is there really is, like, no control you have, right? Like, he didn't draw Roach. Once you get Roach, yeah, there's, you know, there's some things you can do, and it's like a kind of hard deck, but you have to get to the Roach, right? Cerberus is coming down, gonna push a lot of damage. You are gonna miss a res. I think he wants to heal, and obviously he doesn't know that his hand is dog water, right? But if he did, he probably would have just pushed some damage. So he is going to get the heal token again, and then just have a really big board. And yeah, he's really respecting the Roach combo, because he went ahead and just swung that into the Lily just to get the heal immediately, and then kill it with the Cerb. But yeah, you got to respect it, but it is kind of... I'm sure if he looks back, he's going to be like, wow, I could have pushed a lot of damage. But obviously, you can never do that in the game, because you just, you know, a little too greedy, right? A little too greedy. But pretty good hand for Abyss, right? Because Like we said at the beginning, the Yuzuki might not come up if unless it gets the late game, but it did because just not seeing Roach, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how he plays the Yuzuki if you get the foxes or you just get the heal and clear the board. I do think that if you don't get hit at all, you probably would want to play it with the foxes, right? Just build a big board, make him deal with your 2/3s with ward, and kind of hide the 5/9 behind a bunch of wards, right? So I think here I think it's just a question of, do you value the 1 health over 2 foxes staying alive? You'd have a 2/1 and a 2/2, because you could go Yuzuki and then swing 2 foxes into the 4/4, and then the other 2 into the 2/2 and the 1/1. Or do you value that 1 point of healing? I think now that you've seen a lot of, you saw a Bale come down and 2 Mays, they only have 5 cards in hand. I think that you could maybe greed and not take the 1 healing. And of course, you have 2 wards hiding behind it, right? But it is just sort of like, oh, do you do that, right? If you do that play, if they can't clear the Yuzuki, you do have lethal with Rage, I almost call it Rage Vomit. Rage of Serpents plus Super Evo, right? Because Yuzuki will go up to a at least 7 attack. So yeah, we're going to get the foxes. Yeah, we're going to get the foxes. Super Evo Fox, that's interesting. I actually kind of like that. Yeah, actually, I think, yeah, that's a really good play. Oh, and we have the, yeah, and we, duh. I need to, if I ever play with Grimnir, I'm printing his photo out again. The first week of SVO, I printed Grimnir's photo out and posted it above my computer because I was like, do not forget. Yeah, really hard board for us to deal with, especially with the hand. There's Ligma. Whoa, that's a really good draw. What do you do here? That's actually an insane draw. That's a really good draw. Ooh. If he had Roach, this would start to look scary. This would start to look scary. I think you just have to go Yuzuki heal, right? Yeah, I think you just have to go Yuzuki heal. You have Soray. Soldier doesn't do anything here. Filled out, he has no evil points. Rage of Serpents still doesn't do anything here. I think you just have to heal. I feel like his best play here was boardlock and burn. What do you mean by that? Do you think he should have locked something different? They put another Grimnir-like effect next to and I need to remember both. I'm so cooked. I know. Yeah. That's how I feel too. I'm cooked if they do that. I think depending on these this bug alert hit, he can clear, right? What do you pick up? I guess no matter what, yeah, because then you just go bail, right? You clear this, go bail, and then pass, and it takes 1 damage. Or no, is the effect gone already? Or that. Yeah, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Yeah, that makes more sense. Oh, wait. I thought the Ligma effect stays there, right? Or I thought it would have... That was its last turn. If you pass it, it takes damage. Is that... No, that's not lethal, right? No. So now as Abyss, you are kind of scared because it's like... Obviously, you have no idea what's in his hand. And you're not in, like, an awesome position. You can't, like, lethal... I think your best bet is probably just going like Undead Soldier, just like making a big board, and just going if you have lethal, you have it. But if you don't, then I have like these zombies that are hard to deal with. Yeah. Do you play the Filled Out? I assume you play the Filled Out. Titania. Titania kind of would have helped this game, to be honest. Titania would have helped this game, I think, early on. Just get more value, you know? Yeah, the Ligma Bird. Yeah, because I was trying to remember if it stayed, like, the wording of it, would it have procced on that turn. But yeah, I think it would have. Not that it really matters, because he just doesn't have, you know, good cards. Oh, the Ligma Bird never goes away? Oh, okay. I thought... both of them were for 2 turns, or until the end of your next turn, or however it's worded. Okay, that's interesting, though. The buff instead of... I mean, I think the game's just cooked. I just think it's... Well, Cerberus didn't matter, but that top deck Cerberus was pretty funny. And yeah, that is round 1. Yeah, I think we kind of saw from that Wardhaven was really good at... One, it's like really bad matchup, right? Which makes me kind of even more interested in it. Of course, I'm in the wait list for the SVO this weekend. And I am thinking about maybe trying Wardhaven. And then instead of Sword. Or I don't know, maybe instead of Ruin. We'll see, you know. But anyway. And then Abyss, you know, I wouldn't say that we really saw Abyss's like strengths, because I think that was more Roach's weakness, right? We saw like the weakness of Roach there. But yeah, just if you don't draw Roach, you can't win. That's what I've been saying for ever. You know, and that's just why for me, I'm just not comfortable playing a deck like that in a high stakes environment. Because you can't, like, that's not a controllable thing, right? So yeah. Next round, we have Airy playing... I think they were the one that was undefeated going into the last round with ours. Yeah, he tried. Yeah, he definitely tried. Bringing the Sword and the Spellboost rune. It's, again, the Insight variation. Any 2-drops at all? Yeah. Okay, they're playing the Melody. I was like, what? Now, one William feels really greedy. That feels extremely greedy. Oh, sorry, that was my phone. Sometimes it blows up the microphone, so sorry about that. Then with the Sword, we have the Quick Blader. You know, my favorite card of all time. I'm joking. The Centaur, I do kind of like that. I think that's kind of spicy. 1 Filled Out, sure. 1 Dog, okay. 1 Magus, though. I would say Sword is probably my main class, and I've never really understood why you'd cut Magus down that much. I did have a discussion with myself and one of my friends about a week ago if we should cut 1 Albert or 1 Magus, but that was when a lot of people were trying to fit in a ton of stuff, and then I kind of just realized let's just play the good cards. But one Magus feels really, really low. And two Amalias, two Odins, and everything else looks pretty same. So I guess they're trying to go for a more aggressive build because they're playing the Quick Bladers. They're playing the Centaur as an additional Storm option. And they're kind of taking out a lot of those proactive board-like presences, right? With the Magus going to 1 and the Amalia going to 2. So pretty interesting. Also, the Spellboost deck has Flames of Chaos. I'm for sure cutting Albert if that's toss-up. Yeah, that's kind of where I landed too. And then Greya, this was the person I lost to in round 7, I believe. They're playing the Roach. Anything crazy here? Not really. The One of Titania is pretty interesting. Another deck with no Good Fairy the Pond. One Olivia too. So those are the flex spots. And then Aggro Abyss here. Very standard Aggro Abyss build. We're playing 2 Baltos and 1 Olivia. So that is the build there. So let's go into game 1. So game 1 is starting with Force versus Sword. Sword we see pretty okay hand. Again, a lot of my takes as Sword, like I think Sword is my most played and most, I feel the most comfortable with Sword. So a lot of my takes might be more slanted towards the style of Sword that I play, which is not as aggressive. So a lot of my takes might be sort of biased in that way. Just kind of preamble to take my takes with like, okay, maybe with the way the deck is constructed, you do this play just because, depending on what you can draw and stuff like that. So with all that said, I personally would throw the Albert away here because I think you need the way I play this matchup as Sword against Roach is prevent as much damage as possible and make the biggest boards as possible, especially going into turn 6 and 7, which forces them to either use their Bales or use their extra Evos that they want to save for Roach on Glades and trying to full clear. But you can definitely create boards that are basically impossible to full clear as Roach, and I think that's sort of the key to winning this matchup, preventing as much damage as possible, and building as big a board as possible, instead of sort of trying to race the opponent, right? So like getting face damage and stuff like that. I prefer to take just the board control route, and again, that's just how I play, and I feel pretty comfortable against Roach. And it's one of those things where if they have the God Hand, they have the God Hand, right? But you want to limit the amount of, or you want to make them have the best hand possible to kill you versus them just having, oh well, I'm at 12 health as the Sword player at 12 health and I just have like 3 1-drops and I just kill them, right? So personally here I would throw the Albert away. I won't be playing in the SVO qualifier due to work schedule, but there's a tournament on the 17th I'll be playing in. Hope you get in. Pray for you. Thank you. Which tournament are you playing in the 17th? Is that like a community tournament? I appreciate that. Yeah, I hope I get into. I'm kind of thinking I will because it sounds like a lot of people are dropping. But we will see. All right, so we end up keeping the Albert unless they mulliganed into it, like I do. No, they keep the Albert, get Rose. So we have a pretty good curve on going first, right? We have especially drawing into the Vows. We have the 1, 2, 3. Also, we had another 2-drop. We could go 1, that other 2-drop 3, and then on 4 do Prim, Nanja. But pretty good curve. I'm gonna play the Quick Blader out. We're both in Pool 2. Yeah, I'm in the wait list for Pool 2, though. I signed in, I think there were 612 people, or 620 people signed up at the time that I got in the wait list, so we will see. All right, good good draw here. Gensetsu's Banquet is on Battlefy, mostly for SVO. Indonesia. Oh, okay, that's cool. Oh, another card. That's nice. What's the format? Is it like 2 deck best of 1 or best of 2 deck best of 3? Another Quick Blader. So as Sword here, kind of hard turn, I would say. You could think about just going Nanja Quick Blader face if your deck is like more aggressively slanted like we talked about. Personally, if I had this hand, I would go Nanja Quick Blader, trade one of the Quick Bladers in, and then go face. Maybe keeping the Prim stealthed, just because if I draw Zirconia, it's really strong. But we're getting to the point where like Prim is going to be less valuable because they have Glade. So actually think about it, I think I would just swing here. So that's what I would do here. To the best one, I can suddenly... Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, do that. What's the pricing or whatever? Here's Nanja. Do we play Quick Blader? Yeah, and do we trade? He went immediate hand-on-head. The Force player. Nope. Face looks like it's the place. Face looks like it's the place. Yep, face looks like it's the place. Okay. Sorry, I missed how they cleared that. So when Fairy Coin Lily, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, yeah. I like that clear, yeah. So now at 4, I think you just easy go Prim Nanja, right? They already used their play point, so you're not worried about Glade next turn. So that'd be my thinking here. Probably only for Indonesian reason, but it's a leader ticket, and I think 240 in-game rupees. Just playing for the experience. Okay, nice. Yeah. Man, back in the day, there were so many community tournaments because Battlefy had a sort of deal with Shadowverse where they would, if you played in Battlefy tournaments, you got exclusive sleeves and stuff. And one of the stories, I'm going to go on a brief tangent here, actually. Back in the day, my favorite card, art-wise, was Karabos. I love this art. I love this card. I never got to play with this card in rotation, right? But I opened Wonderland Dreams like 5 sets after it was rotated out just to get the emblem. And they had sleeves for this in-game, but it was for some event like 2 years ago. Well, what happened was there was a Battlefy tournament, like a community tournament, that in the month of, I don't know, whatever month, I think it was November, if you played in a community tournament and won, you got these sleeves. So there was one tournament that month. It was in Europe time. And yeah, this was in October, November because it was Verdant Conflict. And it was 3 deck, 1 ban. It was like practicing for SVOs. I had just topped my first like SVO. I got 4th place in September. So I played in this one. And I literally got to grand finals. And I lost because it was like 4 a.m. because it was Europe time. And I messed up because I was playing some fairy deck. It was like, because Roach didn't, or well, technically Roach did get reprinted, but it wasn't that good yet. And it was some like just mid-range value like fairy deck. And I lost because like I forgot to trade in fairies to get more fairies, so I missed the damage. And then I couldn't clear the thing the next turn or something like that. But it was like 4 a.m. and I was super cooked. But anyway, side tangent, but I would really love to see more community tournaments and more Battlefy, things like that. Because back in the day, that was really fun. Just to get in-game cosmetics and stuff, you know. But yeah, that was a very funny story. I was so close. I was so close. But yeah, as Sword, see, again, I don't mean to keep, you know, downplaying, or not downplaying, but like the quick blader builds and stuff. But like, these are the kind of hands that I really don't like to see as Sword. Yeah, it's like we have double, I mean, drawn to Odin. So now our whole gameplay is we just have to kill him. We just gotta go Storm, you know. The hand on head after Albert comes down, yeah. It is pretty hard to deal with, right? I mean, we do have Glade, so Glade can clear this pretty easily, but we are at 9. So yeah, kind of scary for sure. Yeah, it was Dagger 4. Yeah, it was Dagger 4 with Omnis for sure. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Had a lot of emblems asleep just from joining, yeah. I wonder if I have that deck list from somewhere. One stream or one video I want to do is go back onto the Shadowverse portal and look at all my old Boomer decks and just try to remember like what I made them for. VOD review, yeah, we're watching the VOD. The first round was pretty interesting. We're watching this one. Such an anchor, but you almost never just get an empty board to play out. Yeah, that's why I like him at 2 if you want to cut one of those type of cards. Just because it's like really bad on curve. Unless you're winning, right? It's kind of a win more card on curve. Picked a good time to get back, yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. That was scary because looked like it was disconnecting, but thankfully that was fine. I had a lot of connection issues in Swiss. I think that was just because I was playing against a lot of people from different countries. Yeah, there was a lot of issues where it's like, there was one turn where it's like, if I didn't have the ask to end turn button, I would have passed without swinging like 5 damage or something. So I just went swing, you know, and I was like, what? I swung, but I didn't because the connection was bad. Yeah, exactly. No, that's I need to make this my motto. There's never a right answer. You know, you play 2 Alberts, you never see them. You play 3, you draw 3. You know, there's never a right answer. But I think this game is pretty much over. There's no real way to heal out of my headset. Turned off again. There's no way to heal out of Odin range, and there's no way to put up more wards and deal with this 5/7. So the game is pretty much over. Again, you know, you can see the strengths of a deck like this, right? But you did draw all of your Storm options. So there's the Odin, and that is game 1. So now you got to win. You got to beat Rune against the 2 like kind of bad matchups, right? Because they're playing Agrobus and Forest. He's always in your hand when you don't need him. Yeah, sounds like a server issue. Yeah, it definitely was. It definitely was. So I had that issue with the first weekend tournament I did too. All right, here we are on. So he sticks with Forest, yeah, and then Rune. Full mulligans as Forest. I think that makes sense. The Rune here is interesting. So this is pretty interesting. I think you definitely keep Insight. You definitely keep Anne and Greya. And then the question is, do you keep Sagelight or Homework Time? Or do you just keep both? Or do you throw both away? I forgot how many 2-drops they're playing. If you're playing 5 2-drops, I would throw both away to draw into my 2-drops. For me, that would be my play. But and if you were to throw any of these away, I would throw Teachings away, I think. So let's see what they do. Oh, they threw both away. You can bounce Karen a lot, but not enough to heal to 8. Yeah. Wait, they could have cleared... Hold on, wait. You're saying they could have cleared Albert and healed to 8? Let's see. I actually kind of want to see that. Hold on, let's go back. Okay, so they have 1 heal in hand, and they have Cairn. How do they clear Albert? So you go... I mean, yeah, I guess you could just swing the 5/5 in. Wait, did they draw already? Because I thought they Titanium this turn. No, okay. So you could go swing that in. You go Bug Alert, heal, Cairn. Bug Alert, heal, Cairn. Heal, Bug Alert, Cairn. Can you go heal, Bug Alert, Cairn, heal, Bug Alert, or heal, Bug Alert, Cairn, heal, Cairn, and then coin May. Actually, yeah, you could have done that. Yeah. Wait, no. That doesn't. That heals 3 though. How do you heal 4? How do you get that last one? Oh, they were. No, I'm joking. I went all the way back. No, I'm joking. Close, but no cigar. All right. Rune's hand's looking interesting. Melvi was sick. Oh, they must have top decked a Witch's Cauldron. I didn't see. I mean, this feels like an easy Melvi set up some board presence. And then next turn you just have 3 draws. Yeah. So now I think this is just a heal or draw 3 turn, right? The Cauldron, Insight. Can't send Olivia Ligma Supremacy. I like your videos. It helps me so much. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thanks for dropping by. I'm glad my videos help in some way. I'm hoping to start doing some more like fundamental type videos. Last stream we had someone that wanted a sort of decision-making video. So in my Discord, I've been collecting a bunch of screenshots and stuff from people that sort of have like hard turns or want sort of some discussion on how to go about certain turns and making decisions and stuff like that. So that is going to be, that's sort of the next big video plan, is I really want to get in depth on how I personally like make decisions and stuff, and hopefully that can help other people. Obviously, I'm not the arbiter of, of Shadowverse gameplay or whatever, but just, how I've been playing this game for how many ever years or whatever, right? But thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. It's hard to decide things in the moment, though, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of like one thing that because I played Evolve a lot, which was the physical game, and for me, I wouldn't call it an issue because I think I play overall like fast enough that I don't think it causes issues. But first 4 turns, I'll be playing lightning speed, right? Because it's just like there's not much to think about. But there are really hard turns in Evolve, and there's no turn time limit, right? That I will take like 3 to 4 turns on, you know? And I think a lot of people sort of take that amount of time, not literally 4 minutes every turn, but take like a 5-minute turn and separate it into the first like 4 turns. Whereas for me, I just sort of go, there's usually very obvious plays in the first 4 turns. And this is for Shadowverse Evolve and this game, right? And they're also, the first 4 turns are typically like the most practiced. It's just like, okay, if I draw this, I play this. If I draw this, I play this. But then it gets to points where it's like, wow, this is a crazy board state. Let me sit here and figure out what I need to do. So sometimes my opponents are like, yeah, I'm like, sorry, you know, it's just a hard turn. But I don't think I play in a, like, I'm definitely not stalling, like, intentionally. And I think I take my early turns very fast, that it's not really an issue. But obviously you can't do that in this game, because it's only 1:30 or 2 minutes per turn. But thankfully, this game has less complicated board states than Evolve. Just because you can't, in Evolve, you can't swing into things that aren't tapped, right? But yeah. So here with Rune, I feel like this is an easy Slam Burgent, right? I feel like this is an easy just Burgent, Evo. Swing the 2 1/1s into the 2/2. Swing the Burgent into the 1/1. And you're balling, right? You have a really good hand as Rune. Yeah, those middle turns can be a lot. I think the best advice for better decision making is just play more games. I think there's a point that you can get to, and I've hit this point with some games and some formats and stuff, where just continuing to play games kind of is meaningless, because you really have to there's some things you don't see unless you're in a replay review, or you're like playing with your friend and you're really talking stuff out and you know what they're going to do next, right? Because if you're just playing, it is sometimes hard to comprehend like decisions that you made 5 turns ago mattering. And I feel this with One Piece a lot, where you can get to the point where you're just sitting there on the sim grinding games, and you're not learning anything more, because you've like hit this roadblock where you have to go back and think or check some resources or check some other opinions to really like understand, oh, not necessarily you've been doing something wrong the whole time, but here's a different avenue that I could be taking in these turns, in these games and stuff like that. And I think that's especially relevant for me in One Piece, because One Piece is a game I'm much less comfortable with than Shadowverse. Shadowverse is my main game. I'm playing it forever, right? But One Piece, I definitely try to check resources, check videos. I constantly watch like Japanese gameplay videos, stuff like that, talk to my friends about it. About the game and certain turns and cards and stuff. But Shadowverse, it is like you do have to, there is a point you can hit where just grinding doesn't matter anymore. You need to get some, I don't know, like peer review or watch your replays, or just sort of watch some other people play the deck, because you could get like tunnel vision into going, oh wow, this play has worked for me, 10 times. But like, maybe there's a better play that could be working for you 20 times, right? If that makes sense. Do this with scrim partners all the time, yeah. We would take some turns super in depth, yeah. Scrims are just like practice sessions, basically. But that's also not to say like you have to have like friends or like a community or whatever to get good at this game. Because I would say how do I want to work? Like I got to the level I'm at sort of by myself. I did join a team for a little bit, but that was after I feel like I was like pretty good at the game. But a lot of my learning after Shadowverse, so like in other card games when I'd learn, One Piece is the one I played the most, but even other card games, I would just go, okay, I'm just going to literally consume every piece of content I possibly can about this deck or how to play the game or whatever. And I think that's how I kind of got good at that game. So you can definitely do that in Shadowverse too. I also think Shadowverse is like a mechanically simpler game than a game like that. But also, you know, we do have a Discord. If you're looking for people to practice and play with, I always see everyone, a lot of the people in this chat right now, play in the Discord, talk and all that stuff. So if you're looking for a group to play with, definitely check out the Discord. The link should be in the description of the stream. So yeah. I watch a lot of high-level players or deck guides. Yeah, for sure. Rika and Era 53. Yeah, I watch those too. I like Spicy's the most because obviously I play Sword a lot. I don't always like play his deck list though. Yeah, all of those are like OG Shadowverse players. One thing that I had like this idea for this channel that I do eventually want to do is. There's this one, if you guys know Pokemon Azul GG, I don't actually play Pokemon the card game. Pokemon the video game is like my favorite game of all time. But I watch his videos a lot just because I enjoy hearing about the game. And he does a lot of cool things where he has like two high level players like play against each other, and he sort of commentate, or not commentates, but like delivers it, you know, to an audience or whatever. And I think that's like such a cool idea that would be cool to do in Shadowverse. Like if we ever do money matches or something, go like, hey, if you guys have a money match, come onto my channel. I'll host it. We can, you know, spectate and stuff, and we can get, you know, content rolling and stuff like that. There are more English-speaking creators that play one deck. Yeah, I feel like the one deck gamers, like, and I've said this before, but Shadowverse is just not, like, between classes is not that complicated. Like, you're mostly playing the same game, and the fundamentals stay the same. I just feel like, because you play one class, doesn't necessarily mean like you know more than someone that's like good at the game that plays other classes, if that makes sense, right? Because I think there is sort of like a fallacy that if you're a main of a class, like you know more than other people about that class in a general sense. Like for me, I play Sword a lot and I know a lot about Sword, but I wouldn't necessarily say I know more about Sword than other high-level players, right? And unfortunately, this is a game where you have to play 2 or 3 decks for a tournament, you know? And I also think that in the state the game is at right now, like, there's just not a ton of like, what's the word? Like, diversity in decks enough to be like, I'm a sword main, so I'm really, delving into every, build of a deck. It's like, there's only like 2 or maybe 3 builds of a deck. They're successful, You're not one trick either. Yeah. Well, that was a roach game. It's just difficult to extract info from 4 games on a weekly upload. Yeah, for sure. I think that's the good thing about Shadowverse, though, is we have so many tournaments that get streamed and stuff because it's a digital game. That's how I, learn about either new decks or learn different plays and stuff, is, watching high-level tournaments and stuff like that. All right, so now it's tied 1-1. We have Abyss versus Rune. This is aggro Abyss, so this is going to be a pretty good matchup, but it's not an auto win for Abyss, right? So let's see how it plays out. The barrel is really nice here. He hasn't mulliganed yet, right? I always love playing other decks because I get knowledge on X plays or thought processes. Yeah, for sure. Some Dota pros don't grind pubs and just watch the top pub grinders play the game and just figure out why he did this, why he did that. Yeah, for sure. That makes sense. Rune needs Norman bad. Yeah, for this matchup, for sure. Well, this is kind of looking rough for Rune if we look on the board and in his hand, but Abyss does not have amazing cards in hand. If we can deal with the arrow and the barrel, which we kind of can if we coin out Dirt and then AoE, we might be in an okay spot. That seems like what's going to happen here. I now play with the Japanese language settings. Nice. Double bats here. That makes sense. Here's the Tekken Apollo now. Imagine it'd be like, what? What the hell? Do you ever wind blast one of these bats? Yeah, I think you do. You gotta stop the bleeding. Because especially since Anna Gray is coming down and we basically just clear anything. For Abyss, though, I feel like this is the Dark General turn, right? In your hand, you're not going to get a bigger board than this, right? It's going to become a 4 attack Evo to a 6 attack, and you put him to 7. And then you can go double Razor Claw and Gravy eventually, right? I think kind of going back to that discussion we were having about learning and stuff, is that's one of the reasons I really hope they can change the rules to allow people to stream their SVO runs, because I would just really want to put that kind of content out of how I sort of play play these high level tournaments and stuff, just because I feel like it would help a lot of people, but alas, right now cannot. Oh, the game's over. Good game. That was pretty crazy. That was a pretty fast game. Well, wait. Wait, am I crazy? I thought that was lethal. Hold on. Is this not lethal? Barrel, Evo, clear the ward, double Razor Claw? Am I crazy, or... I think that would be lethal. You go barrel, Evo, clear the ward, swing 1, and then double Razor Claw. Yeah. Oof. That is kind of scary, because now, like, there is a universe where crazy stuff can happen. It won't, but, you know, you never know. I think Shadowverse players may smell better than Yu-Gi-Oh players. I try my absolute best to smell good, because that's one of my biggest, like, fears is, like, oh my gosh, I hope I'm not the stinky fat guy. But I have not been around a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players, but I have been around a lot of physical, or, Shadowverse Evolve players. So, I don't know. I don't know. I can't compare. Yeah, it's definitely easy to do that. Yeah, for sure. All right, well, that was definitely a lineup built to target Rune, right? And it worked out. In my opinion, Rune is like the best deck right now, so bringing a lineup like this, Forest and Abyss, works out. Obviously, I said this at the beginning, but Greya was the one to beat me in round 7, I believe. Pretty similar way. Really good aggro early game. And Roach, of course, is just Roach, so... yeah. All right, they go on break for a little bit. Then we get Invade Mystery. Yeah, you never have time to put dirt more. Yeah, more dirt, exactly. Rune targeted, yeah. All right, so hold on. All right, before we start the next round, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get some water and turn the air on. So I will be right back. Alrighty. Whoa. Alright, we're back. Did Rune win any matches? I don't remember. I remember screaming in the Discord during the watch party. Uh-oh. Alright. Invade Mystery. Playing the Spell Boost and the Sword. So, Spell Boost. Did I play this guy? No, I didn't play this guy. They're playing some interesting stuff. 2 Williams, 1 Flames of Chaos, and 2 of the 4-drop kill something and deal 2 damage. So kind of interesting, kind of similar to, my Rending that I was playing in Sword. Also, if you guys want to know, I was the only person in the entire tournament to play that card, which is pretty funny. And it actually worked pretty well. So 2 insights as usual, or as usual now, right? As standard now. What else are they missing here? It feels like there's something missing, but I don't know what. They're not playing Penelope. Trying to figure out how they fit in. So basically how do they fit in the Arcane Blast or whatever it's called? Huh. Interesting list, though. And then Sword, we have 1 Olivia, 2 Magus. Why are the cards in such a weird order? Because last time Magus was no Edelweiss. That's what it is. No Edelweiss. Yes, that's the card that's missing. Yeah, no Edelweiss. Because last time they ordered the cards, Magus was at the black bottom, right? Or whatever. 2 Magus, 2 Genos, pretty interesting. 1 Odin, 1 Grimnir, 2 Sarias, 1 Urias. That's like sort of the interesting stuff. You guys know I'm kind of a big Saria hater. I got baited into playing it the first time. Or the first SVO, like the preliminaries or whatever. And I cut it the next time. I think Saria is really bad. But we're playing it here. Yeah, pretty interesting list, but standard decks, right? Standard deck choices. Then we move on to Itsuki Kaname, Roach Forest with the Ligma, and 1 Fairy the Pond, and then only 2 of the draw spells. Then in Sword, we're running, we're running the Tentacles, and the Quick Blader, and the Saria, 2 Alberts too, which is interesting. It's interesting to run 1 Tentacles and 2 Alberts. Like, I feel like you definitely put in the Albert before you put in the Tentacle. But obviously, I'm kind of a Tentacle hater. Quick Blader as well, we said that. 2 Samurais, which feels a little greedy, but, if it works, it works. And 2 Roses. All right, game 1. I think they have the names reversed here. Well, everything's reversed here, right? Because because okay. They'll fix that eventually, I'm sure. So Sword here, I believe, is in Mystery. Really rough hand. There is a thought to keep Gildaria, but I think you have to throw either Rose or Gildaria away. And I think that since you have the 3-drop, you need to play a turn 3 play. I think you just drop the Gildaria here just because your other 2 cards are really bad. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen. There we go. They swapped. Swap with me. Oh, you draw a pretty good hand. Prim, Rose, Grimnir, Albert. Amalia is a good pickup if you get that late. You think they'd sort them by cost for the official broadcast? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like they're in such a random order. Prim comes down as the first 2-drop. Yeah, you don't have any other ones. So now what's interesting here is I feel like you go Grimnir, right? I feel like you go Grimnir, or I guess you just play the Play the 3-drop 3/3. Yeah, they fixed them, but yeah, they had the cameras wrong. There's Grimnir. Gildaria's back. That's good. So now you're at 5. I feel like this is a pretty easy Magus. No, we're going Rose. I guess we draw the Luminous. That's fine. We'll play out the Luminous. Okay, so see, that's interesting to me because it's like, if you're pretty committed, or if you're in your head, you're like, if I get Luminous, I'm playing it, I would just go Magus, either pass or Evo, because Glade clears you no matter what, right? Because I get playing Rose, keeping the 0 cost, and just going, here's my, like, guy that's going to get blown up by Glade, right? But I still clear the board and keep a 0 cost. But if you're going to play it out, it still dies to Glade, so I would have rather seen Magus. I would Evo there, like the shield guy at the far right, to clear the fairy, but you could think about not clearing, or not Evoing. But in my opinion, I think that if you're going to play the Lancer out, then you're just supposed to play Magus and pass or Evo. Especially when a 0-cost Luminous can clear a lot of boards, right? And you have Gildari in hand. Yeah, I'm not too big of a fan of that play at all. Especially with the Gildaria in hand. Because if you have Luminous, you might not even need to use an Evo on Gildaria, right? Because you go Gildaria, play that out, and get two effects off, right? I mean, obviously you probably still do Evo, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not too big of a fan of that play. But thankfully, not punish, because they don't have Glade. Maybe he just knew his hand. Right? Just look at his hand. Oh, here's the Glade to punish the Vals. Maybe he's trying to force Glade. Force Glade or Evo so Magus is more likely to stick. Well, my thing is that he knows that... So on this turn... hold on. So on this turn, when he does Rose, he knows he has one fairy in hand. And this is like not a Glade... this is not a board where it's like, I have to Glade this board. Really, the biggest threat is the Luminous Lancer. And you would like to clear the Rose, right? So I feel like this is a board that's like just small enough that doesn't force the Glade if they had it. Like if I wanted to force the Glade, I would just play Luminous and Evo. Like that would be my play. And you're still ahead on Evos because they already used an Evo, right? So that's the play you do if you want to force the Luminous. I feel like going Rose at all is the play you want to do if you don't want to commit to getting things blown up by a Glade, right? And you want to get some resources for later. So they kind of went half and half, right? Because they went, I'm playing Rose to not really build too big of a board because it's only a 3-2. But I also want to just clear the board and get some resources for later. But then they played those resources that they could have saved for later, and it still dies to Glade, and it even like doesn't force the Glade out, because in a lot of board states, in a lot of hands, you can just clear this pretty easily. Like, you can just at least clear one of the 2 health things with this stuff on the board, with the Fairy they know is in hand, and the Lambent Cairn activation, you know. And then here as well, I feel like you just go, like, playing the Valse Evo. Since you didn't get the Glade out, I feel like it's a little risky to play the Valse and pre-Evo here because you didn't get the Glade out, right? If you got the Glade out, cool, I would like this play a little more. But Valse Stealth on an empty board pre-Evo feels a little rough. This is the turn I would go Mage, get Glade out, no Evo, right? Get Glade out, and then theoretically, we'd still have the Luminous Mage from last turn, and we could combo it next turn with some stuff, like an Amelia turn or something like that, right? Like, we'd go Amelia, Valse, Luminous Mage or something, right? Or, sorry, not Luminous Mage, Lancer that we drew. Yeah, there's so much stuff that Valse gets killed by. Like, so much stuff. Like, you don't even need Glade. It's bug alerts. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this play felt... Because also, this is another thing where it's like, in your hand, this is not a hand that's like... You make that Valse play if you're like, I have 5 Storm Threats in my hand, right? You make that play if you have 2 Alberts, Odin, and... Centaur, Quickblade, or something, right? This is a control hand. This is I am like going to be building boards that I need you to disassemble before you can kill me. And that's why I like going, like, on this turn, I don't know, what would I think you do just Luminous Mage here. There's even a thought to just, like, Albert Face, but I think Mage is mostly better. Also, getting that rally up for Gildaria. I don't really envision a better turn to play the Mage, right? Because once you get to that turn 8 or 9, you want to be playing Amalia or Gildaria, right? So yeah, I don't know. I feel like that this Valse turn was really greedy. Yeah. So they go Glade. We saw that already. Oh, we saw this. So now, okay, so now as Sword, we have an interesting turn. We have the Odin. I do like playing Odin here. We do also have the Ignominious plus Mage, or Magus, right? If we had the Valse of Ignominious here, right? I think this is an easy Odin. Yeah, I feel like this is an easy Odin. I'd almost say kill the fairy with the Odin, but that might be a little too... I know, you're up so many evolve points now, so can you just go, like, Samurai kill the 6/6 Mage Evo? I think that's the play, actually. Samurai kill the 6/6 Mage Evo, make them have a second Glade and use the last Super Evolve. Why is the camera shaking? Or, like, not the camera, but the thing. Amelia Magus this game? Yeah, but, like, you have Amalia and you have Gildaria for those late game turns. Or those late turns, you know. Try to burn all the Evos. Yeah. This is my read, right? This is my read. I feel like he is super tunnel visioning the Amelia Mage Super Evo play. And I feel like that can get you into a lot of trouble sometimes, especially when you're using a Super Evolve here. Because now you only have one Super Evolve left, and you're going to use that for the Amelia, and you're not going to have it for the Albert. So, for me, I feel like, especially now, you really should have used that Mage on 6 instead of Faust. That's my opinion. I feel like he is super tunnel visioning this Amelia Mage Super Evo play, but I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good enough. Because we even saw in set 1, like, Roach can disassemble that, you know? I think you needed to normal Evo there, in my opinion. And then now it's like, Roach player was like, wait, I don't even need to clear these 2/2s because Mage comes down and, you know, it's rough. Okay, so... Okay, let me think about this. Banishing the Godwood versus banishing the Cairn. I almost feel like you banish the Cairn. I feel like you banish the Cairn. I don't think it matters much, but I think you banish the Cairn. Grim is insane, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't like Gildari if we are, like, super locked in on the Amelia Mage. Well, now the game's just over, right? Classic, nothing ever matters. You know. We'll see. We'll see, though. I feel like banishing the Cairn is better because you just eliminate all chance of healing out of the Albert range. Because now you're just locked into I'm killing it with Albert next turn, right? Albert Super Evolve. Obviously they could have another Cairn in hand, but I mean he's at full hand size. I don't think the Godwood is doing much. Like, now he healed out of the Albert range, you know? I just feel like, for me, if I had an option there, I'm killing the Cairn almost every time. Because now we're in that peak, the Twilight Zone for Sword of 13 health, right? 13 is the Twilight Zone, because it's like, well, they're bigger than you know, they're high enough health where they live with one if I Albert, and Albert's such an all-in play, but... you know, I was just sitting in my hand, right? And now we Super Evolve. Okay. Can we kill this Amelia board? This is what he was playing the entire game for. I feel like if he didn't get that Odin late in these draw phases, I think this game would look a lot more rough for Sword. But I think he messed that up, I think, yeah. Yeah, he messed that up. Alrighty. Despite everything, Sword still won. I do think people kind of over I think Sword is fairly favored in this matchup. I know a lot of people think Roach is favored. I'm of the opinion that I think Sword is better into Roach. Or is good into Roach. Alright, now we're on Rune. So... think you're throwing everything back, right? You're throwing everything back as rune? Yeah, I for sure. I mean, that's how I play against Force too. Is Evo, make them have removal, make them have Glade. But personally, I would have just done it in different way. Like I would have just gone. Obviously, like it eventually came up, right? But I do think that Odin was a big draw, and if they didn't draw Odin, I think the game would be really rough. Especially, I just realized, are they only playing 2 mages? Maybe that's why they did that play. Because they're only playing 2 mages? I don't know. I just feel like especially if you... Yeah. I think especially if you thought that your turn 6 play was going to be Val's, I feel like you definitely just Magus Evo on turn 5, you know? But they won, so who cares? Right? I don't know, maybe banishing the Godwood staff is better there if you think that... Didn't they only have 1 roach? Like, make them have 2 roaches? Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about that one turn. Nice Anangrea. Really strong card there. Turns out. Rune's Hand is looking interesting. I mean, obviously, like, the Arcane Eruption, it's hard to gauge that because I've just never played with that card. What a card. Yeah, for real. It does everything, man. That card does everything. I use it in my all spells deck. Yeah, yeah. Is he bad even there? I get the idea of it. I don't want to call it bad because that would be hypocritical of me for playing Rending, right? But I think it's interesting. I mean, I think it's the same thought process I had with Rending, but you're already in a control deck, and I don't think you really need like a ton more options to hard kill something. And Gray is still the best card in the game. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't fight you on that. Yeah, I wouldn't fight you on that. What is the best card in the game? What is the best card in the game? There's a couple that I I feel like it's like Orcus. I think it's like Orcus or Windblast. I think it's like Orcus or Windblast. Actually, it's Alouette for me. It's Alouette. No, it's Alouette for sure. Yeah, Alouette's the best card in the game. Alouette's the best card in the game because it's like the game. It's the only card that just complete. You're playing two different decks. Yeah, you're just playing two different decks. If you have Alouette, you're just hosing them. If you don't have Alouette, you're not hosing them. Even Anangrea, like you need specific other cards to work. Like if you just played Anangrea 3 times, in a row, it's like okay, eventually the turns are going to scale where it's not as hard to deal with. And also that's only like Anangrea is still a good card, right? Because it's a 6/6, but it's more of a responsive card, right? It's a reactive card you're dealing with the board. Alouette can be anything, and if you hit 3 in a row, it just can do literally anything, Yeah, Serba's up there too. It's just in a terrible class. Yeah, Serba's up there too. It's just in a really currently weak class. No, I don't think Ralmia because you need because the difference between Alouette and Ralmia is Alouette you only need to see 1 or 2 cards to preset it up. Ralmia, you need to see a lot more cards to preset up. And even then, she's still only a 2/2 or whatever. But honestly, I'd say Orcus, Alouette, or Windblast. Those are my choices. I think Windblast is might be the one though. I think Windblast just does not make sense. Like Windblast just. All right, well, there's Roach. Windblast just does not. I don't know why Windblast starts at 2 and. We love Roach. All right, Sword versus Rune. Yeah, Windblast is not. Yeah, he just kills anything. He just kills anything. The nuke. So a Sword, you're looking for an aggressive start. Obviously, I don't know, or I don't remember his deck, but like I'm playing the Coachwoman, so I'm looking for like the Coachwoman, cards that are really sticky or have high stats. Personally, I would be throwing. I'm definitely throwing the Samurai away, and I think I keep everything else, but I might throw Valse away as well. And then Rune, I think you throw definitely Arcane Eruption unless he, like, in his mind knows why he's playing that for this matchup, But in my head, you throw that away, and I think you throw Demonic Call away. I think Demonic Call is just slightly too greedy in this hand. If you already saw Anangrea, I think you can keep Demonic Call. But yeah. Abyss has a similar kill 1 card, and it's not that impressive. But you have to, kill one of your own things, right? You're losing board to clear their board. Like, you don't always just have a cheap guy to kill. Like, sometimes you only have Cerberus, Is there another answer to... Hold on. Is there another answer to Anangrea other than Valse in this deck outside of some weirdo Rose play? There is. Not in his deck, but in another player's deck. But honestly, Rending is really nuts against Anangrea. What genre of music do you occasionally jam to in the background? Usually on stream when I have music on, it's from BlazBlue. It's a fighting game. I'm not really good with like music or you know like describing music or what type of bands or whatever I like, but I do really like the BlazBlue music. I would consider probably like rock. Definitely Guilty Gear's rock. But it's from a fighting game. But yeah, that's most of the music I listen to on stream and stuff. That's why I think you get Valve. Yeah, I mean, I think there's an argument to keep Valves. Wait, I thought this card was hard kill something. Wait, what does this card do? Hold on, I actually completely thought this was a different card. Oh, I thought this was the rock card. I thought this was the rock card. The kill something and then deal 2 damage to the leader. Wait, what the hell does this card do? It just does 2 AoE? 2 AoE and then draw a card? Okay, that's actually kind of interesting. That's actually kind of interesting. Only good in this matchup and against Aggro-Abyss, right? Literally only good against these exact 2 matchups. But for 4? No. No, there's no way this card's good. Yeah, no, there's no way this card's good. I thought this was the rock. I thought this was the fucking rock. Oh my gosh. I thought this was the rock. Oh man. Yeah, this card sucks. This card's dog water. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this card. It's only good in these exact 2 matchups. Aggro-Abyss and Sword. And even then, you can't even clear the 3/3. Yeah, Glacial Crush. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, just like Flame to Chaos. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's only good in those matchups. I mean, now you just you just go. I mean, you just Levin Saber. Like, you just Albert here, right? Put him to 10. This is the easiest Albert ever. Okay. That's fine. I don't know. I feel like I'm always dropping Albert there. Because it's... Because also another thing is, like, obviously we know his hand. But the minute I see Arcane Explosion, I'm like, hold on, let me respect you. Let me respect you, King. And I am, like, never, you know, doing this kind of board again. Right? I feel like you just go Albert, make him have, what even clears that? Burgent? Well, no, Burgent doesn't clear the 3-1, though. Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Burgent clears it. Burgent clears it, and you're left with a 6-1, but you have the Sari in hand. On 7, you just go, like, Val's pre-Evo, have William. Or you just go Magus, right? You just do the Magus. Yeah. He only plays 2 Alberts. I don't know. I this is just me. I always just play what's in my hand. Like, there's like, unless I really need to draw something or it's really specific, like I need this specific, you know, card or whatever, I'm just always gonna try to play in my hand. You know. Oh, this play feels so bad for Rune. This feels terrible. This has to be Albert now, right? No? Yeah, that was so funny. I literally thought that was a different card. I literally thought that was the rock. mean, now you're back at 18. Oh, did he make a guy? I don't like that. Okay, one thing I do notice is I feel like people make a guy too much. Like, 4 healing is so much. 4 healing is nuts. Like, in this board state, if he drops Gildaria, you kind of lose if you make a guy. You don't necessarily lose if you're at 18 health, right? Because no matter what, Gildaria clears this. Yes, do they have to have Gildaria? That is true. But there's also way more ways to clear this. Like, the guy is just not that strong against sword. So for me, I'm healing. And I do see this happen a lot. I see people greed make a guy too often, you know. Especially when you're like, you haven't even hit him yet. Like, you're not ahead on board at all. You still have to deal with this Valse. And especially if you see that he has Saria in the deck, you know. They usually make a guy and heal, but I feel like you should just 2 of either. Yeah, most of the time, yeah. Because it's just 2 half and half, right? Because it still doesn't save you from the Albert later on. And they still just Gildaria and clear. Yeah, maybe 1 guy and healing is... I mean, obviously, like, there are scenarios where it's like, I'm at 16, and you just go, okay, let me heal and then get a guy, right? But in that scenario, you definitely, I think, just heal twice. Wow. That was pretty crazy. Well, Arcane Explosion was insane. Or whatever it's called. Arcane Implosion. What is it called? Alright, next round. Ours versus Greya. This... So, okay, so this is a great, this round is a great example. I haven't watched this yet, of course, but, matchup-wise, of how 2-deck, like, works. 2-deck, zero-ban, like, works. So, you see this lineup, and your immediate thought is like, wow, he's playing Wardhaven, that counters both of his decks, right? Because Gray is playing Aggro Abyss, ours is playing Mid-Range Abyss. But the issue, of course, is you have to win... Or you can't play a deck you already won with. So you're going to get probably a free win with Wardhaven, most likely, right? The issue is you then have to win a game in 2 games with Mid-Range Abyss. Can you do that? Hopefully. That's the hope here, right? But that is why it's sometimes hard to target lineups with 2-deck zero-ban. And it's way easier to do that with 3-deck 1-ban, and why I like 3-deck 1-ban more, because it opens up more deck, plays and stuff, because you can go, okay, I can target 2 decks, or I can target 1 deck and ban the other deck that I'm not comfortable against, right? So yeah. What's the current maintenance for the team event thing? I believe so, yeah. You gotta guess when you should play it to get forced out, right? What do you mean by that? Play what? Play Wardhaven? Because again, it doesn't matter, like, even in this scenario, right? Especially with this type of matchup, you're winning with Haven no matter what, you know? like you're basically winning with Haven no matter what. You could, I guess, like throw a game as Haven, but there's no reason to do that, right? So it's like if they win with 4 somehow, you're still being aggro Abyss. Like you're gonna beat one of these decks, and you have to play the Abyss deck into you just have to win against one of those decks eventually, right? So that's just why this 2 deck just when you think about like the strategy and stuff even more, stuff just goes, oh wait, no, that doesn't even matter. You know? Because it's like, yeah, you could kind of think like, oh, okay, let's try to get a good matchup here on the 2 deck, you know, like pick the deck. But it doesn't matter because you have such a like favored matchup into both of his decks on one deck. So you just go, okay, Haven, all right, cool, I win. Now I gotta win 1 game out of 2 with Abyss, right? I feel like people are experimenting with rune lists because they are bored and are trying bad cards. I honestly think, this is just my opinion, I think it's because people haven't sort of recognized that it's not a spell boost deck, it's just a control deck. It's just a classic, almost like Control Blood back in the day. It's just a control deck, hard control deck. And once you think of that, think of the deck in that mindset, I think the deck building process becomes much easier and things become much clearer. And I think people are kind of forcing it into this sort of classical spell boost deck when it really isn't. It's just a control deck, you know? Very, very good hard control deck. Well, I think people think it's a spell boost deck. And like spell boost isn't always control, you know? Like that's why people are playing the Insights and the Odins, you know? Because they think it's a spell boost deck, you know? I miss Tempo spell boost though. I don't. I don't. Spell boost is something. Yeah, spell boost is literally in Worlds Beyond currently. Spell boost is. Whoa! I swung an onion in my card that draws me 5 cards and gains 10 play points went down by 1. You know. Yeah, the fly pip 1/2/2 storm guy. Yeah. This is a pretty easy Odin. I mean, Divine Thunder and Shield Maiden's not bad either. Actually, yeah, Divine Thunder, Shield Maiden is not bad. I do kind of like that. And then hope you can John next turn, I guess. Or then the next turn you could Odin. Okay. Are we playing the Sarissa? Yeah, we are. Okay. Evo, the guy? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I like Thunder a lot too. I think when I realized that it's sort of just like a cheaper, more flexible Grail, I was like, okay, that makes sense. I like that. Yeah, that makes sense. I think Haven could get a better hard removal card. I think for sure. I mean, I definitely think that they could do an Acolyte's Light for sure. Could banish something, heal 2. Yeah, actually, I would be shocked if we don't ever get an Acolyte's Light. Like, almost exactly. Banish something, heal 2. Especially if we ever get Elena. It's not the draw he wanted. I mean, another easy Divine Thunder. I mean, this Divine Thunder, pump the amulet, and then maybe use Super Eva the Sarissa. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Adductor Priest? Is that a magic card? Is it Abductor or Adductor? Oh, in a spell. Oh, sorry. My bad. I completely was not reading that right. Yeah. I get what you mean. I was like not reading that at all. Yeah. No, you're good. I got. I was like, what? Yeah, Bruce the Cudgel. Do I have this sitting around? Well, that was Wardhaven, like we were talking about. Where is this? Oh, yeah, here it is. They need this. This is a promo I got from... Actually, is this even showing up? It's just banish. Banish shield 2. No one buys Showers of All promos, unfortunately. I mean, not that I would either, because it's just this base art with a stamp on it. All right, here's Aggro Abyss. So you got to win one game as mid-range Abyss. Can you do it? Hopefully. Oh yeah, Swords of Plowshares. I know that one. Yeah, I know that card. I don't necessarily want Aggro Abyss to be good, but I need Valneric to come in and change things up. Like, if Errol is one of the best cards you're playing, the deck's not good. I'm sorry. If a 3-drop 1/1 that summons a 1/1 with Storm that hits you for 1, no. That's not the one. He didn't kill the Errol, though. I feel like you're supposed to kill the Errol for sure. Whoa. I feel like you're definitely supposed to kill that card, though. Wait, what? I feel like you're definitely supposed to kill the Errol. The good Marwyn. Yeah, never punished, yeah. Yeah, it's Goldvania, but like so much worse. I don't know what you're supposed to do here, though. I think you zombie and kill the 1/1, right? Oh, Evo. Okay, yeah. Actually, yeah, that was a pretty easy play. Another arrow. This deck reminds me of Green Glen Axeman aggro back in Altasphere / Sea Rebellion. And that is very, very negative, very derogatory. You know, like, just this deck just sucks. This aggro-bis deck. Because it's like, if you see all your Green Glen Axemans, you win. Don't get greedy. Or I guess it doesn't matter. If you Evo with if you either Evo with Orthos, it doesn't matter. Just trade the Ghost in and then Evo with Orthos. Why did he do? Wait, what? Wait! Yeah, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? What just happened? Wait, hold on. Wait, what? Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Why did that happen? But gambling for 1 damage. For 1 damage. No, he's targeting Force with this lineup. This is a Force target lineup for sure. Why did he do that? That's so greedy. Oh my gosh, for 1 damage, you don't need the 1 damage that badly. You really don't. I don't know why he did that. Oh my gosh. That's so, like... That's so greedy. I'm like in shambles about that play. That was so greedy. Whose list? Mid-range Abyss? Ours list? Or... Well, no, I don't think Azur did anything wrong. I think there was one play that was like questionable. I don't think Azur Cloud did anything wrong. I think there was one play that was questionable. Force got to be favored in the... That's what I'm thinking too, but people disagree with me. That's what I'm thinking though. I'm in your camp. I'm in your camp, Mobes. That's what I'm thinking. The 2 damage or the 1 damage did not matter. Well, 2-0. The William play? I mean, I don't think you were in the chat when we went over that game. Where was it here? the biggest misplay was getting a guy off the Norman, honestly. I think the biggest misplay was getting a guy off the Norman at the end. I think if he heals there, I think he wins. Or not wins, but I think he's like in a better position. I think that was just a Shadowverse game. I don't think anyone really did anything wrong. I think it was just a Shadowverse game. Someone drew better than the other, you know? I just want to see. Because we definitely went over this already, but... Wealthfront. What do you think he should have done here? Like, what do you think was bad? Wait, the William on 2/2/4s when Aether turn is coming up? Do you mean in grand finals? Do you mean this game or the one we're gonna watch in grand finals? You got any idea what the account bans were for in the notice? I think they were for botting. I think there was some high-ranking people in the ladder that were botting. I think that's what they were for. So, if you're not botting, you should be good. But do you mean a future game or this game? Because he definitely didn't William 2/2/4s. You banned my account for Take-Two crits? Yeah. Alright, anyway. Let's go on to the actual games we haven't watched yet. Alright, here we go. Wait, what? Did we never... Oh, yeah. Okay, so here's Maxibon, Roach, and Spell Boost. Roach looks pretty normal. 2 Fairy the Ponds, which I do like. I do like that card. And then Rune, just the normal Insight build, right? No other 2-drops outside of Melvy. And then 1 Edelweiss. So I think that's what we fit in the Insights for. So everything else is pretty standard. Maxibon is a Hearthstone World Champion. Oh, that's really interesting. Oh, that's cool. I actually did not know that. That's cool. Forest Mirror. Everyone's favorite. Keep Roach, go face, easy win, yeah. That's pretty much I know on my Rune list. I really don't like Insight in Rune at all. It's just so... just such a low quality card. Bug alert. Bug alert. Rogerbeer feels so bad to play. I can imagine. It looks so boring to play and bad. Yeah, I mean, I call it insight from the first game. But yeah, it's technically called foresight. Just like I call Wind Blast, or I don't even know the name of it. What is the name of it in Worlds Beyond? The name of the Wind Blast in Worlds Beyond. Cyclone Blast? No. What's it called? I know, maybe calls for Vid not having any spell boost on anything until turn 5 scares me. Stormy Blast. Yeah. Stormy Blast. What do you mean by that, Nick? Maybe calls for a video not having any spell boost on anything. Turn 5 scares me. Oh, about insight. Oh, I mean, I've already made. I mean, I haven't changed my rune list in 2 weeks. I mean, it's the exact same as the one I played in the SVO prelim. So I had a piece of rice on my shirt. I'm like, what was that? Yeah, I had to play something. I mean, I made a video about it, and almost all of my games in the prelims were that deck. So if you guys are interested in seeing how I play the deck, check those out. I mean, I made a video that was all my replays from that game. I only played Sword twice of 9 rounds, so 7 games of the exact same deck I played a couple days ago, too. Stormy Blast. Some of the cards that didn't change at all, like mechanically, should just kept the same name, I feel like. You know? Why I don't like Foresight, I like because sometimes you need to kill 3 health with Stormy and need spell boosted. So for me, because most of the way they get the insight in is they cut the other 2 drops, right? So I'm playing 2 Penelope, 3 Melvies. A lot of lists with insight are not playing the 2 Penelopes, or they're cutting down from 5 to 3 2 drops, right? For me, 2 drops do the same thing as a boosted Wind Blast, right? The other thing with your statement there is, technically it's true, but you also have to have 2 exact cards in hand for that to matter. Like, you're opening, and also that only matters in the early game, right? So, like, in your scenario, 2 of your, first 4 cards in hand, we'll give you 5, right? Have to be Insight and Wind Blast. And that's 2 cards that aren't Anagray or Burgent or D-Shift, or Norman or William. So for me, this is just my opinion, is I like having higher quality cards that are good by themselves than cards that sort of combo into other cards. The other issue with Insight is it's literally only good the first 2 turns of the game. Every turn after that, you want to be doing other things. Maybe I'll give you first 3 turns of the game. But after that, you really want to be doing other things. So yeah, that's my opinion. I can see your point of view, but sometimes against aggro abyss casting cost 2, 3/3, it's really valuable. For sure. I mean, again, like your scenario is like a perfect, scenario where you have those 2 exact cards, right? And then you also draw to everything else you need for the rest of the game. And yeah, in those scenarios, sure, it's a good card. But it's just not realistic. Because it's also there's also situations where because especially in the build that like exists right now, spell boost, you don't actually have a ton of spell boosted cards, right? You have Wind Blast, you have D-Shift, you have Demonic Call, you have William. Is that it? I think that's it, right? You have 4. Am I missing another card you spell boost? Yeah, but that card sucks. Flames of Chaos sucks. But yeah, sure. Flames of Chaos. But most of the Flames of Chaos builds are playing Insight. I'm talking about cards that are in the current build. I'm talking about, homework time for sure. Yeah, homework time. That's the one I missed. It's like why fetch lands are so good in MTG. I don't play MTG, so I'm not going to comment on that. But I don't think that's the right thinking. Wow, Roach won. Oh my gosh, who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? All right. Sword vs. Roach. Again, this is an insane. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, this is an insane hand for Sword. How about cycling purposes? But it's like, for me, I'd rather just have, again, Insight's like not very playable early game, or it's not very playable outside the early game, and I'd rather just have higher quality cards. Like, I'd rather have the Penelope, because she's good at every part of the game. She's good in every section of the game, versus the Insight that's only good in the first 3 turns, And it's also only good in the first 3 turns if you have other cards that need to be spell boosted, which are only 15. There's a crazy hand for Sword. I think you just throw Magus away and lock in. Yeah, I think you just throw Magus away and lock in. Yeah. This is a really good hand. This is a really, 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 really good hand. If there's a hand to beat Force, like, pretty well, wow, with the Quick Blader, that's funny. And you don't even play the Quick Blader. You don't even play the Quick Blader one, man. Quick Blader, I don't know. Well, you got to kill the 2/2. So you just play Lancer and trade the 2/1, or trade the 1/1 and the other 1/1 in. Oh, yo. Wait, what? Yo, his face! Yo, his face! Did you see his face? Yo, not the scream. He was as shocked as I was. What the hell? He's in shambles like me. Why did we do, the face cams are going crazy. Like, Itsuki's just, he's balling. He's having a great time. And Maxim's just like, what the hell just happened? Because that was a really, really weird play. Really bizarre play. I don't know why you did that. I really do not know why you killed your Lancer. His face is killing me. He's like, yo, he's in jam. And then yo, I'd be like that too. I'd be like, hold on, man. This guy's on another level. That was so funny. And it literally will not matter because he just has the God Hand sword. He's had the sword God Hand. That's actually insane that it won't matter. I wanted to joke and say he's playing Latham, don't worry. But no, if you're playing Latham, you definitely do the correct play and kill the 2 knights. No, but he didn't get 1 extra damage. 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 He always got 1 damage. Because he went swing the knight in. No, he missed 1 damage and... Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, that's what you mean. Yeah. That's what you mean. Yes. Yeah. Really weird play. Really weird play. Sorry, I misread what you guys were trying to say. Yeah, this game is cooked. This game is cooked. I love when like the misplays just don't even matter. I definitely misplayed like once or twice during my run this weekend, but most of the time they just didn't matter, which is like the worst feeling of like misplay, because it's like, wow, why do I even play well at all if it's all luck? He's drinking his green tea or whatever. He's like, bruh, I got the God Hand. Oh my gosh. That would be frustrating. He said Pog. Yeah, it's like you're the 1-1, yeah. I mean, I had just gotten a donation or whatever. I was not paying attention, but yeah. That was a funny play. In the middle of the fairway, yeah. Yeah, it affected my reading comprehension. Yeah. Oh, man. That was just the God Hand as sword. That's why I really do not think Force is favored at all into this matchup. You'd have to draw so well. And I feel like if the sword player knows like the game plan, you just have to draw so well. It just like you just have to have an answer for everything and have enough like roach stuff, to kill from 20. Which if it happens, it happens. That's Shadowverse, but Maximum face theme, yeah. Well, that was a game. That was a game of Shadowverse Worlds Beyond. Time for the grand finals. Itsuki versus ours. Ooh, interesting hand. I would say someone asked me in a comment section recently, like, how do I deal with Wardhaven? And Haven in general. I think it was Haven in general. I wasn't sure if they meant Wardhaven or whatever. But and I do think that sometimes you can run into some issues, especially if you're playing this more aggressive build with the Quick Bladers, and lowering down the really high, like I always talk about, the high card quality cards. And that's because Haven, once they get to like past 10 play points, their cards are just so much better than your cards most of the time. There are some like crazy cards you have as Sword, like Amalia and Gildaria, that are way better than any of their cards. But other than that, every one of their cards is better than your cards in a value sense, right? So you can run into issues sometimes as Sword where you get to the end game and you never saw Amelia and your hand is low and you're kind of just like, well, I probably lose the grind game because all of their cards do something and only some of mine do something, if that makes sense, right? So I do think this is can be a kind of tough matchup. I think most of the time, though, it's pretty easy for Sword, especially if they're Ward Haven. Control Haven, I think, is a little harder. They heal a lot more. And also, if they have Darkhaven Grace, I think that card really turns the matchup on its head. You think Sword is stronger than Rune now? Nope. But we have a really good hand for Wardhaven here. Sword can completely out-tempo Wardhaven. If you draw the nuts, yeah, but if you miss on your good 2-drops, no. Really bad hand for, or it's a good hand for Wardhaven, but like bad in the sense that you can't play anything. Also, the classes are messed up again. Easy Zerk Evo here. I think you just slam Zerk. Yeah, there you go. Whoa! Nah, I see like the Salefa. Well, but it doesn't even hose your board because you still have the 6/6. I think you definitely always Evo Zirconia here. You definitely have to Evo Zirconia here. For sure. For sure, you have to Evo Zirconia. You have to Evo Zirconia. I think that's really greedy. I think that's like super greedy. I think you have to Evo Zirconia there. Because even if he hits the Salefa, here, right? The Grimnir still lives with 1. So, and you have the 6/6, you have the 6/3 behind, right? Because now the second Salefa is a crazy. Like, now the second Zirconia is crazy here. No, you get more damage with Zirconia. You get the 6 immediately. And you don't have to Evo the next turn. Do you think pure spell boost without Earthright card like Norman is still good? I don't think so, in my opinion. I think you miss out on too much value without the Earthright stuff. And you're too locked into, like, have to hit all the spell boost stuff. Does it even matter, though, he can't clear both? It matters because the difference between... like, how do I word this? So, like, the difference between the Zirconia Evoing and the Grimnir Evoing is not big enough to, like, okay, hold on. Let me try to word this correctly. So, if you Evo Zirconia, that's the normal play, and you pretty much just win the game there, right? If they have Zirconia, or if they don't have Salefa. If they have Salefa, you still are winning the game because you have a 6/3 and you push 6 damage face. And it's not like that big of a deal because they can't clear the Evo Zirconia. If you Evo Grimnir, it's worse because you're just like, if they have Salefa, like how I'm trying to word this. I'm not wording this right. Basics of this. This is the basics. Is Zirconia, doing that play that he did, Evo and Grimnir, is only good if he exactly has Salefa. And he only drew, what, like 10, 12 cards, right? I think you just always do Zirconia there because the downside of them having Salefa is not that big of a difference. That's the explanation. Yeah, if Salefa isn't in hand, the reward for the Grimnir play is lower. Exactly, yeah. Yes, that'd be good as like you have 2 Zerks in hand. I hope that play isn't going to lose him the game. I don't think it will, but... yeah, game's over. Okay. Again, things that don't matter for 100. You know, like... All right, Ward versus Forest. This is where you want to eat. You know, this is the deck you take to beat, right? You're taking Wardhaven to beat Forest. It's on the luck list. Grimnir. This is a pretty good hand for Wardhaven for sure. Ligma is kind of the, you know, the interesting piece, but Aether of course stops that because she gives everything aura, right? Sarissa is going to be a 4/4 here. Pretty crazy. Ligma. I feel like you play out the Grimnir here, right? Just because you know Ligma's in the opponent's deck. And Cleric just completely destroys her late game out of hand. And the 2/3 versus the 2/4 doesn't really matter here, right? Because he goes to 7, Glade, Evos draws to 8. Maybe it does matter, actually. No, because you have the fairies, because the fairies exist. So yeah, I think you just play Grimnir if you're going to play a body. But instead he's going to Divine... yeah, okay. What's it called? Divine Guard, yeah. And it comes down, you click the red button. Yeah, top left. Easy top left. Well, there's Wilbert. That's interesting, using the coin to get out an extra 1-drop. Are you not supposed to 1-drop, or aren't you supposed to play the fairy circle? I feel like you're supposed to play the fairy circle there. Because if you open the fairy circle, right? If you open the fairy circle, you can go fairy May. Because now you have to bounce this May back. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about playing the May there. Overdraw? Well, he drew to 9. Oh, maybe. No, right? Because you only go up 1? No, because you only go up 1. No, you're right. No, you're right. No, I think so. Fairy Circle, old convocation. Yeah. Fairy Circle is convocation. Yeah. I'm too much of a boomer. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to go back. Hold on. Was there handful? Hold on. No, they had 7. No, no. You do overdraw. Yeah. You're supposed to play the May there. Feels bad though. Feels really bad. So they're just gonna go right back to hand. But yeah, I guess you have to. Yeah, I feel like you just tank the overdraw too. Yeah. You have everything you need in hand. Worst thing you can do is burn a second bale. Yeah, or like a Glade or something. Salefa is pretty good here. Oh, I guess you just Grail, though. I think you have to Grail, right? Okay, or neither. Oh, yeah, because we have Grimnir. Grimnir exists. Please remember. Please believe. Give it the times old timer. Ligma. Ligma's really good here, though. Ligma's pretty good here. They should put Crest closer to leader so we don't see them half the time. I know. Why is Grimnir Crest the most forgettable? Because it's something that, like, doesn't happen automatically, right? Like, it's something where it's like, oh, I have to do something different on this turn. You know, like, I like, Wilbert just happens, right? Balto just happens. What other crests exist? Burnite just happens, right? Grimnir, you have to... It does just happen, but you have to set the board up in a specific way for it to be good, you know. Alright, on to game 3. Abyss versus Forest. Again, I think people would say Abyss is favored here, but I am not too sure. Looking like an amazing Abyss hand, though, outside of the Rage of Razor Claw. Yeah, so it's a Rage of Claw. Burgeon. Yeah, Burgeon, again, though, you don't have to set anything up, you know. Neptune, again, yeah, you don't have to set anything up. It's just... Oh, it happened. Thank you. I played a fish. I healed, right? I feel like if you are Abyss, you think about coining here. Yeah, okay. I think playing out the 2/2 is better than doing the Soiree, just because getting more stats on the board first is better, right? Soiree. Now, do you swing into this? I feel like you have to. Because you prevent 1 damage and you get 2 fairies out of their hand. Yeah, okay. Aggro Abyss can be for sure, but no way mid-range is. Yeah, that's where I'd lean. But I'm kind of an Abyss down player, so... Not down player, but I'm just an Abyss, like, non-believer. Once they give us actual soul conversion, I'm with you. But soul predation, no, that card sucks. Give us the 1 cost. Grimnir. I played his theme a lot from Grand Blue during the prelims. So I was like, don't forget. Don't tell my... Yeah, I know. There's a lot of Abyss gamers in the Discord, for sure. There's a lot of Abyss gamers in my Discord, for sure. Well, this is an easy Sharon. Filled out Rezzing is so strong in this deck with the Sharon. We have a cult of Abyss players. I know. It's pretty crazy. Sharon's going to live unless the Bale comes down here. Which, it living is kind of scary, I feel like, for Forest, right? I feel like that was really greedy for Forest. I feel like you kind of got to kill the Sharon. Because the reason you hold the Bale is to get rid of wards, which Sharon supplies, right? You know? So yeah, you just take the Super Evo, yeah. Yeah, I don't know about greeting the no Bale there. Yeah, I feel like that was really scary. Now the Ligma's gonna come down. Pretty strong play here though, because it's gonna lock up the Sharon and the Vuela. But of course, Vuela's gonna keep getting value. You know. Now the Bale comes down. So maybe this is the play the whole time. It's just like, hey, I'll take the 10, I'll take the 9, and lock your board up a little bit. But there are universes where you just explode here. You know. There's a top deck Serb. Zombie goes hard now, yeah. So how do you clear this? This is actually pretty tough. I feel like you don't even care about clearing, you just Medusa, right? You would love to Olivia to heal, right? Is it Olivia Fildow? Super Evo? No, you might just have to... I think you Olivia Fildow, Super Evo the Fildow. Right? Yeah, okay. I think you Fildow Super Evo. Yeah. Getting Yuzuki's pretty big here. I mean, obviously, like Roach's hand, you're just going to have to try to kill him this turn. So we'll see if it can happen, but... 14. See, these are the type of, like board states that I want to be on as Sword. Where it's like, alright, I mean, you know, if you got it, you got it, right? But if you don't, then you're dead. I mean, I think Roach has to win this turn, so you got to start playing cards. Super Evo there is interesting. Wow, 1 damage off of lethal. That's crazy. So... Well, if he has a second Roach, he dies, huh? If he has a second Roach, he dies, right? Because you go Fairy, Fairy, buff one of the fairies, clear the ward, heal, Roach. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Roach is at 5. And then play another Roach, Super Evo, and then that's the game. That's crazy. Wow, that's crazy. Because there's no way to clear the Grimnir without evolving the... I mean, you could go for like... No, you can't because you have to bug alert the Roach, right? Yeah, no. There's no way to clear the Grimnir. Wait, if you go 0, 0... Wait. 0, 0... 8... No, it's 12. Wow. Pretty crazy. Right, because if you go... Okay, so let's say you don't play a second Roach, right? You just go like Fairy, Fairy, Fairy Circle, Fairy, Fairy, 0, 0, Roach buff. Wait. Fairy, Fairy, 0, 0, Circle... Fairy. Fairy. Roach is 9. Oh, you're 1 off, I think. I think you're 1 off. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Wow. $700, like... Not like, just... Draw order. You know? 1 off lethal. That's interesting. You know what's so crazy, though? Look what mattered. Look what ended up mattering in this game. Where is this? Trading this, or killing the 1/1 off literally mattered in this game. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Wow. That was a pretty wild game. Maybe taking the 9 damage wasn't worth it after all. Well, I mean, in a lot of scenarios, you win there. Like, if he doesn't heal, you win. And if you draw a second Roach, you win. you know. And you also, yeah. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, the $700 Olivia heel. Yeah. But yeah, that was pretty crazy. Fun top 8 though. Fun top 8. You know, I'm still like super fucking depressed about not being in it, but what can you do? All right, I think that's gonna be it for me. That was a fun stream. I'm gonna try to upload some of these as like individual videos and stuff. What's up, Kevin? How's it going? We're just about to wrap up here, but thanks for dropping by. We were watching the SVO and stuff, and going over some of the games and stuff. Really interesting SVO though. I think a lot of people don't like this meta. I think this meta is okay, but we did see a lot of variety. You know, we saw what 4 of the 7 classes, which is pretty good. No, 5, right? Sword, rune, 4 sword, rune, abyss, haven. Yeah, 5. That's really good for Shadowverse, to be honest. You know, but yeah. All right. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. If you guys enjoyed the stream, make sure to hit the like button. We have a lot of people watching right now. 50 people. Really awesome. So if you guys could hit the like, that'd be great. If you're new here,